personal reading today. The list, as always, is open. As always, it is 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 3 things I don't read for across these apps: pregnancy, medical, and legal. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. We're also doing 2 giveaways today. Our first reading giveaway is going to be a reading giveaway when we get to 50K likes, so make sure you're tapping that screen and we will get to 50K in no time. The other reading giveaway we're doing today is a reading giveaway for the highest gifter between now and the conclusion of the daily collective read. So I wish you a lot of luck if you're participating in that giveaway as well. Prior to beginning today's daily collective read, I will be giving a brief recap on what we've been seeing in the cards over the last few days. If you would like to find those full readings, you can find them over on the where we keep the videos. You can also find them over on the place where we keep the photos. You can also find them as a podcast over on my spot at Tarot Church and over on my stack. But before we get started today, you know what I'm going to ask you? First and foremost, most important question: how are we doing today? Scale of 1 to 10. There are no wrong answers. If you felt like something has changed over the couple of days, there has been. We're going to talk about it. What are we effectively recognizing that has happened? Jupiter station direct. It's not necessarily a bad thing. I actually think it's a good thing. But here's the thing about it. Okay. The thing about Jupiter stationing direct is that it's gonna hit different. How's that ego going? How is your relationship to anger going? It's feelings check. Okay, it's feelings check energy. And the reason I want to say that, and I've been talking about this, I like Jupiter in Cancer, because the thing about Jupiter in Cancer is it's working into the context of recognizing the shape of a healthy ego. We're supposed to have, this is what I like about Jupiter in Cancer. We're supposed to have an ego. We're supposed to have an ego, but it can't be too big. All right, you can't have an ego that's too big, because when the ego is too big, you can't hear anything, right? It's the overinflated ego that doesn't have that doesn't believe anything else exists except the self, right? The ego, the overinflated ego, has a sneaking is always trying to feel like it's absolutely alone, that it's the only thing that energetically exists, right? And what happens when you don't have any ego? You feel like you don't exist at all, right? Okay, so it's like the big and tall ego or the little tiny small ego. And I am here to deliver the profound message of saying, what if we just try having a perfectly normal ego? Okay, like a perfect, just a regular, just a good normal, exquisitely normal ego is probably the most healthy ego to have. Because when you think about it in the context that the ego is the defense mechanism of the soul, right? When you think about it like that, you recognize you need one. You're supposed to have one. It's there to protect you, but it's also but that's why you have to protect the thing that's trying to protect you as well, right? Because when you're conscientious about your ego, right? When you're constantly checking it, then you're usually in the perfect space by which the ego should exist and reside, right? Because it's the work by which we effectively recognize and identify what feels like it serves the self, that is not selfish, is the energy that says that the gift that we give to ourselves is directly proportionate to what we would eagerly give another, right? And that's when the ego can really get to work, right? Because that's when the ego can really start doing things, right? That's when it becomes the superpower, right? That's when it becomes the gift that we reciprocate, right? That's the healing journey that we find within the self, that then we effectively extend to all around the self. But it's not easy, right? And that's why I'm saying even now, like the thing with this energy is it's going to hit different. depending on one's own, depending on how one feels about that. It can also kind of be the energy that can create projection central, because you have to understand, particularly with Jupiter coming out of retrograde in Cancer, right? That same force by which one is able to identify and recognize the state of our intention, right? The positive direction that we try to place upon things. When another person isn't doing that work, right? What can happen, right? It often can create that modality of energetic, like the overcompensation, if you will. We also are potentially seeing, and I also like this a lot right now, I feel like there's something very profoundly healing that's occurring right now, specifically as it relates to our relationship to Aries energy. And the reason I'm saying that is I feel like there is a profound misconception on how we perceive Aries energy, right? It's often seen as warlike and volatile. Nothing could be further from the truth, right? Because, and here's the thing about it, I often associate Aries energy with the Fool card, right? This is like my deviation that I often articulate. And the reason is because it is the excitement, the mirth, and the delight that we bring to things, right? It's the feeling energetically compelled in the space of the heart space. And I love to point this out because even when you see the depiction of what Pamela Coleman Smith did in depicting that card, you see somebody like do you notice the positionality of that energy? Like they're like this, right? Like they're leading forth, their heads even thrown back, because it literally feels like the energy is just like, woo, where are we going, heart? Right? Like it's allowing the heart to energetically guide the self, right? It's almost like it's building into, in a way, what we experience when we're going through a heart opening, right? You're like, woo, right? And at the same time, right, you don't see somebody doing that without being energetically prepared for it. They got their little pack. They're like, I'm ready, right? So it's not the space by which, and this is the conversation that we've been talking about, right? Like it's a conversation on how to heal by the proper way to allow the emotions to guide the self. And it's different right now. It's different right now for masculine and feminine energy, bearing in mind it's not based on gender, but what one feels most aligned to. For masculine, we've been seeing that that's a lot of the work in terms of quelling the emotions. And that doesn't mean, right? That doesn't mean that one shuts the emotions down entirely, right? You need those things. But the ability by which one listens to what the emotions are asking for, not just doing what the emotions desire at every moment, is how we're most protective to the energy all around the self, right? Like it's like love is active listening. And when we think about that in the realm of our emotions, then we don't just do whatever the emotions tell us to do at every moment, right? But we listen as to why the emotions feel compelled to move in certain energetic directions. And when we do that, right, we quell the emotions because we ask the question to the emotions to be able to identify the emotions that feel like they're valid, that come from the higher self, versus the emotions that often come from the ego. Now, it's not to say that it's not to say that there aren't important things that come from the ego, but the problem is, and we have to be conscientious about this, an overactive ego often feels like it is in a constant state of alarm, right? This is usually how you can tell when your ego is out of sync, because when the ego is constantly ringing the alarm bell, right, then it often creates the feeling of building up because it's afraid of everything around the self. So this is why the work that we do to quell the emotions is how we heal, because we ask the question to the emotions to be able to dispel the difference between the logical emotions that lead us to positive spaces versus that sometimes the emotions that rise up when the ego is getting into a state of disrepair. Feminine, different energy right now. For a lot of the feminine energy, we see that this is the work that the feminine is doing in recognizing that the space by which feminine feels safe to inhabit their own energy is one based on environment, right? The modality by which the feminine can't just inspire themselves to feel more feminine, but the understanding that feminine flourishes when they're in environments that allow them to feel safe, seen, and supported, we see that that is a lot of the feminine that is utilizing emotions as shield, via V utilizing the articulation of the emotions that are healthy, the emotions that have directions attached to them, right? The emotions that have healthy directions attached to them to effectively allow the conscientious effort of being able to see where they feel energetically safe, seen, and supported versus what is not for them. And that's difficult because this is a lot of the feminine that's learning that unfortunately emotions can't fix things alone, right? That's the magical power of emotions. When another person has the same emotions, they can fix anything, right? As long as we've got unified emotions, anything is possible. But when we only hold our emotions alone, then our emotions become our energetic shield because they show us the spaces by which we are held in healthy embraces versus energy that makes us feel energetically displaced. So we see that that's a lot of the feminine that's healing and letting go and shedding of the misconceptions or the toxicity that has been put presently on the feminine with the false illusion of comparison, comparing the self to factors outside of the self instead of moving towards one's own exquisite. Now for non-binary energy, we see that this could be feeling like a little bit of a complicated time because it's healing their relationship to the word selfish. Now, unfortunately, when one is moving out of a trauma space, the first word you're probably going to hear, the song you will hear as you are departing a trauma space is you're making a selfish choice, right? And when you recognize that that is the sound you will hear as you're leaving a trauma space, you understand the reason why. Because if you're choosing the self, right, the trauma never wants one to choose the self. So the modality by which one is making healthier choices, and unfortunately the sad position that as you make healthier choices, the song you will inevitably hear is you're being very selfish right now, right? The modality of understanding that that is often the unfair environment by which we are forced to heal. This is a lot of the energy that is utilizing and building into that context of appreciation, recognizing why we talk about the journey of healing as warrior energy, because the ability to energetically endure, right? The ability to energetically endure as you hear the false projection of the selfishness as you are prioritizing the self more is something that is why we are required to be strong in the self, or why we are required to love the self. And unfortunately, again, this is what we see with Jupiter going direct in Cancer. When another person is operating in a state of misery, they will see someone in a space of joy and will be angry and project on them for no other reason than the fact that they deny themselves the joy that they see that is being inhabited in another person. And this is why it's so energetically important that we effectively do that work to heal. Because as we do that work to heal, we understand and recognize the full shape of our intentions that allow us to move towards more and positive directions. Now, in relationality to what we're seeing effectively in terms of the relationship cycles, this same work that we are energetically observing is starting first in the space of the energy that's in solitude. Now, one of the things that we potentially see that's happening right now is the energy in solitude is working through a lot of the messages that we just saw that we're moving through the non-binary space, right? Potentially making those healthier choices and potentially feeling somewhat isolated and alone in those determinations, but recognizing, again, the modality by which, right, selfishness can only be calibrated if another person can articulate upon why another person feels like one is being selfish. Because the modality by which we effectively hear that word is often the projection space, right? It's not effectively selfish if we're doing something that we would eagerly give to another. So there's a lot of that work by which we see that the energy is working upon things. And even in the space by which they're working upon things, right, they're building into the space by which they're giving compassion to the self. We also see that some of these new relationships that are forming right now are potentially leading with healthy emotions first. This is Uranus coming out of retrograde in Taurus, the observation that the only way to find a deeper comfort zone is one's ability to step out of one right? And that doesn't mean that one contorts, like out of completely contorts out of one's comfortability. But I keep on getting that for a lot of these relationships that are coming together, a little bit of uncomfortability every day, right? A little bit of uncomfortability every day paves the way. A little bit of uncomfortability every day paves the way, because that is the sound of getting energetically stronger at something that one feels insecure about. Now, we also see that for the energy moving deeper into divine union, and these are specifically, so the relationships that we see that are coming together right now are the relationships that are focusing on a lot of the messages that we see in the world card, which is why we're articulating them as world partnerships. This has been occurring since about the time that we had that Capricorn new moon energy back in, I want to say January 18th. Now, for the energy that's moving deeper into divine union right now, they're going through, these are the moon relationships. They were working through the lessons of the moon card as they were coming into partnership. There is a profound healing that is happening right now for a lot of those moon relationships. And I want to show you, I just like literally want to show you the pillar that we saw in yesterday's read, because I think will give you indications. You can find the full spread over on my stack. But what we effectively see that's happening is these, and it took me a while to figure out what was going on with those relationships. Because let me tell you, it was very, I'm not surprised to say, when we were reading into the moon relationships, it was very obfuscated. Like, ooh, it's been surprising. But like the reason that it was obfuscated, I finally was able to get to understand what was happening once we came out of the moon relationships like cycle, is that these relationships have been scared to move into relationship because they have a very, very distinct sense of purpose. They're very, very purpose driven. But they've had a lot of wounds by which the same purpose that another person aspired and desired was often articulated as the thing that was breaking the relationship, right? I literally see some of this energy had just like given up on relationship with the feeling that their purpose was invariably going to break the relationship. Not further from the case, because they're finally in a relationship by which they both have mutual purpose. And the purpose is not seen as third party. The purpose, the sense of purpose is not being observed as third party. And in the context by which it's not being observed as third party, it's allowing the ability of the perception of the past to heal, because their perception of the past is shifting. And they're now seeing that the modalities by which they felt that they were in relationships by which their purpose was breaking it were actually them experiencing integrity wounds. Right. And what is an integrity wound? It's when our yeses don't stay yeses and our nos don't stay nos. So for a lot of the energy doing that work, it's like, I keep on hearing, it's like the frustrate. Look at this, the frustration that comes up and is healed immediately, right? It's healed as quickly as it is felt, because the energy realizes that they're in a place by which they can perceive it, right? It's the healing that comes by finding sanctuary. So we see that for a lot of those relationships, it could be a very emotional time, but that emotionality is what is so sublime. Now, moving us towards the temperance relationships, and these were the relationships that were coming together between the time that Uranus first went retrograde, which I believe was around September 6th of last year, up until the summer solstice period that we had. I want to describe this. I feel like this is the most frustrating, is the word I'm going to use, of all the placements to be right now as it relates to the relationship cycles, because it's a little bit of this like, and I want to just show you this because, again, the yesterday's spread was really cool. If you're a tarot nerd, you can go find it on the stack. We have like double 3 energy here, you know, and double 3 energy talks about, it's funny because like the thing that was coming through is like ode to joy, which is like, again, it's very much like we were talking about in relationality to, and this is why I'm bringing the energetic relation, like the personal energy into the relationality space. It's a reminder that when one is in a miserable space, one feels energetically provoked when one sees joy. It's a frustrating condition, but we cannot create joy in each other. Our job is to generate joy for ourselves, right? And this is often what we see. This is often what we see, particularly as we're working through Pisces into Aries, right? Because it's that adaptability, it's that recognition of being able to effectively identify and work through things that allow us to find new energetic solutions to old problems. And it has to do, and this is why I feel like there's almost something there's something very important that's happening right now, particularly in relationality to the fact that we've got Neptune, Saturn, and Venus in such close proximity, which is right when like our job is not to wait for another person to find joy to change their emotional state, is basically what I'm seeing. But it's often frustrating, because sometimes in the modality by which one is working through that, the identification that that is happening does not erase the ability by which one has to move through it. So we see that for a lot of that energy. I feel like it is literally, and I'm not surprised to see this, the temperance partnerships are building through profound patience. But the thing that they're doing that is different than they've ever done before is they're being more patient with themselves, right? They're being more patient with themselves. And the thing with patience is being able to identify and recognize the progress that they themselves are trying to apply to circumstances or situations. Patience and progress need to go hand in hand, because what happens, right? When we're not being energetically patient, then we get frustrated that something's not happening. And then we block our, like, and then the frustration that we feel often creates the modality or the experience by which we all we can do is focus upon it. So I feel like this is a lot of the energy that is, and I, and it's so funny too, because I just want to point out, even as I'm reading for this, I feel like a sneeze coming on, and it's a perfect example of it, because I'm like, never mind. It's like that is what that energy is going through. But that's why I see the energy that's effectively kind of moving through things in that way, right? Like just allowing like that type of energy, being like, and okay, it's fine. It's like not getting like frustrated, but just effectively continuing to kind of flow through things right now. So there's something important about that, because I feel like that is the energy that is appreciating their own effluviance is what I keep on seeing. And when one is effectively doing that, and I gotta say, like, it's really positive to kind of see that, particularly with, and I have to stress this, the fact that we're seeing this type of energy with this many planets in Aries is exactly what I'm talking about in relationality, that healing process. Because that modality of being able to kind of energetically maintain that in the process of moving through Pisces, it's not easy, right? It's something, and it's something that it's like we feel it, so we feel it, so that then we can cultivate it, is the best way I can describe it. And I feel like that is the summary of what we're effectively seeing there. Now, that is what we're seeing in all of the cards prior to beginning today's reading. But if you'd like to find that full reading, you can find it over on the place where we keep the videos. You can also find it on the place where we keep the photos. You can also find it as a podcast over on my spot at Tarot Church and over on my Stack. I would also encourage you to head over to my Stack to learn more about our next tarot class, which is happening on Thursday. March 19th at 6 p.m. PST, 9 p.m. Eastern. We are going to be continuing our studies into the tarot with a focus on the cup cards in the court cards in the cup suite. If you would like to learn more if you would like to become a part of that tarot class program, all you need to do is head on over to my Stack and become a paid subscriber. Your paid subscription to my Stack is your ticket of entry into our live classes each and every month. You will also, as a paid subscriber, monthly subscriber, have access to over 9 hours worth of material in the Tarot Church Library Class Archive. Now, it's not necessary to catch up. I do my best to give you an update on everything we've experienced prior to beginning the next class, but the material is there for you to receive as you're ready to receive it. You'll also have access to a complimentary one-on-one chat with me and the other students to ask any questions that you may have in relation to anything we've learned and studied thus far. And if you become a founding member, not only will you receive a discount on the full year's worth of classes, but you'll also receive you'll also have access to over 20 hours worth of material in the Tarot Church Library Class Archive, as well as a complimentary one-on-one mentorship class with me, where I will meet with you personally to assess where you are on your own personal tarot journey and give you the best insights in terms of how to utilize those classes to the best of your advantage moving towards your tarot goals going forward. One of the things I tried to do in these classes was make them accessible to the absolute novice tarot reader as well as the seasoned reader. There's definitely something there for everyone. Don't let your lack of experience or your robust experience prevent you from joining us in these classes. And even if you don't become a paid subscriber to my stack, I would encourage you to follow me there to stay up to date on any new offerings or services. I also post my weekly newsletter there, which will let you know about my in-person events, as well as my online live schedule, as well as my mystic meditation articles, which will give you updates on what we've been seeing energetically in the cards. I just wrote one recently on this full moon that we just navigated. I also want to let you guys know that on top of my standard life path readings, I also offer mentorship classes. These are for any of my students seeking a more personalized educational experience with me. I take a very limited number of students for this reason, as those classes are focused on each individual's personal spiritual goals and journey work. Those classes can be purchased on an individual level or as a monthly class series, weekly or bi-weekly as your schedule permits. Also, for my students that are seeking more consistent weekly tarot support, I'm very happy to offer weekly tarot insight packages. That is a package of 4 30-minute readings, again, weekly or bi-weekly as your schedule permits, so that you can stay more consistent on your personal journey, as well as dream interpretation readings, which you can purchase per dream or as a series. If you purchase a series, I would encourage you to start to keep a dream journal, as we will meet weekly or bi-weekly with that journal and utilize the tarot to understand the key themes and messages coming towards you in the dream space. But let me know in the comments how this energy is impacting you personally. That said, we are going to get started on today's daily collective read in the next few minutes. If you'd like to get on the list for today, the list is open. You will be the first person read for. The first person on the list each day will always receive an additional card in their reading. It is 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of $20 or more for my subscribers. Binks in my Lio. Please keep in mind there are 3 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. We are also doing 2 giveaways today. Our first reading giveaway is going to be a reading giveaway when we get to 50K likes, so make sure you're tapping that screen, and we will get to 50K in no time. The other reading giveaway we're doing right now is a free reading for the highest gifter between now and the conclusion of the daily collective read. So I wish you a lot of luck if you're participating in that giveaway as well. How are you doing today? Oh, Siobhan, good to see you. I'm glad that you're doing well. I know, Kristen. I mean, and I think that a lot of that rage is for a good reason, right? There's something there that feels very attenuated. And that's what I said. It's a continuation of what we're seeing astrologically in relationality to feeling validated, like having the point of validation in relationality to how we feel. And thank you for those likes, Shamana, and thank you, Kristen, as well. I appreciate you guys. Thank you as well. Welcome. How are you doing today? Erica, good to see you. And thank you as well, Elise. Grand Rising, Denise, good to see you as well. How are you doing today, Kathy and Nani? Welcome, Sophie. Trin, thank you so much for the follow. And thank you as well, Maria. Good to see you today, Susie. How are you doing today, Nicole? And Miss Stanley, thank you for joining us. Good job, Laura. Good to see you as well, Melissa. Thank you, Ed, for those likes. I appreciate you. Welcome, Adam. Good to see you as well today. How are you doing today, Bella? And thank you as well, Divinely. Ivana, thank you for those lightning bolts. Guys, please remember, if you are a super fan who would like an animal spirit guide card on top of your one card, make sure that you are recharging your heart maze. Emotions giving me whiplash, but I feel in more in my power regardless. Beautifully. I mean, that's I wouldn't be surprised if you're feeling like that right now. Like there's a lot happening, but you're feeling energetically stronger within it. That's kind of the vibe that we're finding to a certain extent. As I mentioned, we are going to get started on today's daily collective in the next few minutes. If you would like to get on the list for today, the list is open. It is 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 3 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy, medical, and spiritual. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. Also, if you are joining us across the other apps, you are also welcome to get on the list today via my tree that has links in it in my bio. We do here highest priority messages from spirit, life path, mediumship, dream interpretation, angelic guidance, animal spirit guide readings, pet readings, akashic, and mind, body, spirit. If you have information that you feel is relevant for the purposes of our reads, you can include it in the notes when you send the donation. You can also post it in our subscriber only disco channel in the appropriate channels. That said, before we get started on today's daily collective read, we are going to warm up those intuition muscles with an intuition check. I've got the animal spirit guide cards here. We're going to count back from 10, and when we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We got the otter. Thank you for participating. We'll do that again after the next reading. How are you doing today, Farzan? My talking sage went back to their ex, but regrets I'm leaving them. I'm happy to read for you on that, dear. If you'd like to get on the list, list is open. It will be 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more. We're also about to get started on the daily collective. So if you get on the list right now, you will be the first person read for once we complete. And anyone who gets on the list right now, the first person on the list each day will always receive an additional card in their reading. That said, if you guys could do me a favor and share this live right now, I would appreciate it. Make sure anybody who would like to catch this reading live is here to receive it. No better time than the present. Why don't we get started? Welcome, everyone. Happy Thursday. I'm the Grace Strega, and I'm here to give you your daily collective read for today, Thursday, March 12th, 2026. What do we have coming through in the cards for today? We are going to be doing a masculine, feminine, and non-binary energy update. We're going to be starting with the headspace of masculine. Whoa. One of them days, huh? Hold on a minute. Flying cards, flying cards. All right, we got 2 cards out. One just woof, right off the table. Just right off the table. Can I get one more, please? Thank you. Bum, bum, bum. We've got here the Judgment card, and it's upright. This was a card that went, it's like, goodbye. It's like Judgment card. The center card for today's spread here is the 3 of Pentacles in its reversal, as well as the Empress card in its reversal. Let's get to it. All right. You know, man. So the best way I can describe what we're seeing in these cards right now is working through the space of the frustration that we often feel in relationality to what, and this is what's beautiful about it. I just need to articulate this. The experience by which we hold empathy, right? We don't need to experience something to hold empathy for something. We don't need to hold, and we don't need to feel something to feel empathy for something. So the modality or the capacity by which we work to heal is articulated and expressed by the space of working through the emotionality of energy. And what all I keep on seeing right now, and this is what I meant when I was talking about the fact that there's something really important that we see that is happening for the healed masculine energy in relationality to carrying empathy for feminine, right? And what does it mean? And I want to stress this. Holding empathy does not mean feeling sorry for. Okay? And I need to stress, and I feel like that's something really, really important there. Okay? Because working into the context, there is a difference, and I keep on seeing this. Like there is a difference, and this is what you often, this is what you often pick up, right? Right? The modality by which nothing makes the feminine more irate than when the feminine is feeling rage and another person tries to articulate it as sorrow is what I keep on getting, right? Because, and here's the thing about it, and it has to do with the word pity, right? When we see somebody in an irate state and then we say we feel sorrow, then that is actually pity, right? It's pitiful. And the reason it's energetically pitiful is because, right, one is not in a state of empathy when one is carrying energetic pity for things. Because, right, because even pity, like pity is energetically belittling, right? It's taking something and it's changing it into something that it is not. So the modality by which, right, like that's why the word is pitying, right? The modality by which another person is feeling anger, right? And another person feels sorry, like sees someone in a state of rage and turns it into, right, turns it into to sadness is not empathy, right? It's not empathy because I keep on getting anger is activating, right? And this is what we talk about. Anger is activating. It is the space by which we energetically do things, right? We energetically work to transform. Whereas, like, pity is the space by which we energetically mourn something that is energetically occurring, right? And so I literally see the space, right? Like, I literally see the space by which energy is articulating upon the difference between, like, between activation and mourning, right? Because mourning is literally the space by which one is articulating that one isn't doing anything, right? It's the modality by which we effectively articulate upon the complacency by which we effectively energetically occupy states. Whereas energy that we feel that is ferocity is activating. It's putting our energy towards things to allow the capacity of something to energetically change. And so this is what I keep on seeing. I feel like for a lot of a lot of the masculine energy, right, that is healing with feminine, right? This is not the masculine that says I mourn with feminine. This is the masculine that says I rage with feminine, which is the space by which they say I don't belittle, right? I don't belittle feminine's energy. I hold it in the same dexterity that feminine holds it. Because when we hold things in the same way, then that is actually true empathy. But when we hold something in an emotion that's different than the way that another person feels, then that is us being energetically performative in relationality to what it is that we ourselves are carrying, right? It's the difference between being, it's like, this is why we call it incensed, right? And we call it incense because what do you find incense? It's in the air, right? You can see the quality by which it's energetically changing things. So when our frustration becomes incensed, then we effectively it changes the atmosphere, right? And so this is the masculine, the healed masculine that is actually potentially talking to masculine and saying, you shouldn't be sad, you should be incensed more, right? You should be bringing, if you're upset about the way feminine feels, do something. Do something about it. Right? Don't hold space. Do something. Don't hold space. Do something. Right? So that's a lot of the energy that we effectively see, and that's what I like about it. Right? This is not the masculine. And this is often what happens with unhealed masculine energy. And this is unhealed masculine energy picking up on this. You'll see somebody, never will you see someone deeper in their ego claiming to do something in another person's name that that person would never want done. Right? I'm going to say that again. Never will you see somebody deeper in their ego than claiming to do something in another's name that that person does not want done. When we are effectively energetically incensed, then we energetically listen, right? We actively listen and we engage in the direction by which another person desires energetic change to occur. We don't do things in their name, we do things with them. So that's why I feel like that's a lot of the energy that's work. I told you, Aries energy is healing. And Aries energy healing means that we don't hold each other's we don't hold the oppositional energy as token. We don't token it. We don't tokenize it. We don't articulate upon something in the space by which we do something. We effectively energetically work towards it, right? We build into it in the same state together. So I feel like there's a lot of that energy that we effectively see that's happening there. But it's an active, I keep wondering, it's an activating conversation. It's energetically frustrating. It builds into the context of what it is that we find and derive meaning towards. Now, this brings us to the feminine energy, and we're going to be going into the headspace of feminine. We're going to be utilizing the Aquarian Tarot. 3 cards, please. We've got 4 cards. Wait, no, we got 3 cards coming out, but it almost looked like 4, and that's really intriguing. Okay, we've got the 3 of Swords in its upright, the 6 of Wands in its upright, and the Hanged Man in its upright. Those are some really intense cards right now in the headspace of feminine. So let's talk a little bit about what we're energetically seeing there. Because for a lot of the energy that we're effectively identifying in the space of that energetically, what we are articulating or identifying there has a lot to do with working through the observation of the experience by which we ourselves build into our own feeling of frustration, right? And there's something important that we see there that is often articulated into the space by which the feminine recognizes, and this is what feminine often has to go through, right? The modality by which another person, and this is just what we experience when we're working through pathwork of determination, right? When the sound that you will hear as you're doing anything exceptional is you're doing it wrong. Like that is effectively what you will hear. When you are doing something new, you're doing it wrong will be the song. I'm gonna say it again for feminine, because I feel like feminine needs to hear it. When you are doing something new, you're doing it wrong will be the song. When you are doing something new, you're doing it wrong will be the song. Right? And this is us, you know what this is? This is us getting ready to, like, this is what we're effectively seeing. This is the energy of Uranus about to move into Gemini. Right? The moment that you're doing something that has never been seen before, you're doing it wrong will be the song. You're doing it wrong will be the song until everybody's singing it, right? The modality by which we effectively work through things is often the feeling by which another person identifies and articulates upon the difficulty energetically placing something, right? It's the difficulty placing something. Literally, it's the gift of one's own uniqueness that often makes one feel, right? It often makes one feel energetically frustrated or working into the context of one's own frustration, but in ways that allow one to effectively persevere through the context of that. And so for a lot of the energy doing that work, working through, right? working through those experiences, working through those observations, right? This is a lot of the energy that just takes that as the quality of determination, right? And a lot of that work that we effectively see, and I want to describe this, like this is why we talk about you have to, if you want to heal, you better get really comfortable with your own energy, right? You better get very comfortable with your own energy, because the modality by which we effectively become comfortable with our energy is the modality or the experience by which we are able to articulate or amplify upon what feels like we are building into, that allows us to calibrate for how we are effectively identifying or working through those experiences. And I keep on seeing, it's frustrating, right? The modality by which we often work through that is building into the state of allowing the perseverance to have effectively move through things. And I want to point this out right now, okay? And I want to kind of prepare you for this, because the truth is, and I got to point this out, and I think that this is really important. Even though, right, Jupiter in Cancer out of retrograde is in some ways easier than Jupiter in Jupiter direct in Cancer. And the reason I'm saying that is because Jupiter in Cancer is effectively hermit energy. Jupiter in Cancer is hermit energy. Okay? Cancer is hermit energy. Okay? And then you've got Jupiter, which is often working through the context of the self. So it can feel and I want to describe it as, and the reason I said, this is why I said, being very conscientious about the difference in terms of how this might feel. Jupiter in Cancer either is going to feel very, very lonely, right? It's going to feel very, very energetically lonely if you're not in the space by which you're comfortable with your own energy, or it's going to feel like it's going to feel very solemn and solitude, right? It's building into the sanctuary. It's building into the sanctuary of the self. So I feel like there's something really important about that. And a lot of the importance that we see or identify that's occurring in that modality has to do with how we carry our own feeling of how, this is why we have to be good with our energy, right? Because when we're not good with our energy, we're doing everything we can to escape ourselves, right? Anywhere but here, like anywhere but here. Oh, I can't be here. Oh no, there I am, right? Anywhere but here. But the modality by which we become, right? The modality by which we become energetically comfortable with our energy, it's like that's when we become our own, like that's when we feel that sense of delight, right? We feel those modalities by which we're eager to share them. So for a lot of the energy doing that work, that amplification of being able to energetically articulate upon things, and not just being able to energetically articulate upon things, but being able to effectively delineate upon what it is that we're articulating. I just keep on seeing that that's a lot of the feminine energy that is getting more comfortable being an iconoclast, right? And you gotta be in that space, right? Because it allows the ability to effectively create opportunities of being able to energetically engage in ways that allow for positive change. Now, this brings us to non-binary energy. And for non-binary energy right now, we got 3 cards coming through. We're going to be utilizing the Tarot of the Divine for the headspace of non-binary. We've got the 10 of Cups in its reversal. We've got the 5 of Swords in its reversal. And we've got the 8 of Cups in its reversal. So what are we effectively seeing in relationality to a lot of this energy? For a lot of energy that we're effectively seeing here, I'm just observing, and we can talk about this to a certain extent. Some of this work that we're identifying, it has to do with the observation of being able to recognize or identify the energetic frustration. And I want to describe this, like the energetic frustration that we often feel in terms of, and I keep on seeing this, and I want to describe you know, there's something really important that I see is happening right now for a lot of the non like for a lot of the non-binary energy, right? And that is working through the desire to, and I'm going to just put it this way, the desire to stay when the inclination is to go is the best way I can describe it. The desire to stay when the inclination is to go. And why do we see this here? Because I need to articulate this, and this is why it feels like a little bit there's something very energetically frustrating that I see that's happening right now in the space of this energy and their healing journey, right? The state by which, and I want to just explain what I'm seeing here. The state by which one often feels like one must embark on a healing journey is usually the feeling of not desiring to go, but feeling like one must, right? And I keep on seeing that for a lot of the energy that had to navigate those healing journeys, right? The desire, like it had to do with the desire to energetically, the desire to energetically conform, that finally brings into the arrival point that I keep on hearing conformity never brings with it acceptance, right? Conformity doesn't bring with it acceptance. Conformity can create an energetic space by which one is always in the attempt, right? You'll never fully conform, but you'll perpetually feel like one is in the attempt of doing so, right? That's the funny thing about conformity. You never succeed in it, but it always feels like you're attempting to. And so the modality by which you recognize that that is literally the nature of conformity is when you effectively identify and recognize when you identify and recognize the energetic necessity in relationality to what we ourselves are conforming upon, right? It works through that determination point. And so that's why we see that for a lot of the energy potentially facilitating or recognizing or identifying that work, a lot of the work that we effectively see that's happening there has to do with the observation of working through the context of the space by which one is effectively one building into the identification of what it is that one is actively working on stabilizing, right? And I keep on hearing it is the conversation between stability and conforming. It's the difference between stabilization and confirmation. Because and when we are energetically conforming, then effectively we don't ask energetic questions, right? But when we're energetically stabilizing, there are questions that we ask. And the more questions we have, the more energetically stable that we feel upon something. So that is effectively what we see is happening with a lot of that energy. And that's why I see that for a lot of the energy doing that work, that ability of putting questions to things is how they're energetically stabilizing upon them. And that observation of being able to recognize and identify that is the energy that often looks as their questions as shields, because the questions that work as shields for us help us to determine the conformity that is traumatizing, right? The conformity that has no energetic reason attached to it versus the stabilizing space by which we are doing something that allows us to basically be able to improve upon it. That moving back towards the masculine energy, and this is going to be, we're going to be reading into the heart space of masculine right now. Can I please get 3 cards? 3 cards, please. We've got here, and we're going to be utilizing for the heart space of masculine, we're going to be utilizing the Aquarian Tarot. Again, bearing in mind this is not based on gender, but what one feels most aligned to. 1, 2, 3. Come on. We've got there's a little bit of unique positioning today in the heart space of masculine. So just bear with me a moment as we go through it. We've got the Wheel of Fortune in its reversal, and this is all under the Judgment card. Okay, so these 2 cards are actually under the Judgment card, and we're going to pay attention to that. We've also got the 5 of Cups in its upright. So what are we effectively seeing right now with the Judgment card, the Wheel of Fortune in its reversal, and the Five of Cups? So what we're effectively identifying in those experiences is effectively it's working into the context of, and there's one more card here, but before I pull this card, I want to read into what we're seeing, because this is a very dynamic row that's happening right now for in the masculine. It's literally the ability to see something in a different way is what we're identifying here, right? Like I need to point this out. This is why we make sure that we're not rigid on our perspective, because when we're rigid in our perspective, we miss the ability to see alternate perspectives to things, right? And this is why it's so dangerous, right? This is why it's so dangerous to get too in your ego, because being too in your ego is a rigid place, right? And this is what we talk about egoic fragility. How can you tell that one is deeply rigid in one's ego, right? Because when the ego is afraid to look at things, then that is often the articulation of the egoic fragility, right? The capacity by which we feel the adaptability to learn and to grow is the modality by which it's liberating, right? And this is why we often talk about a healthy journey, not just into spirituality, but into relationships, is a journey of surrender, because the greatest relationship that you'll ever be in will offer you an alternate perspective on things, right? It's like the greatest relationship you'll ever be in will offer you alternate perspectives on things. And that ability of identifying, right? The ability of identifying the shape and nature of that work, right? The quality and condition of being able to see alternate perspectives and still feel strong as one receives them is the gift of a healthy ego, right? Because it's the ego that does not require a singular view in order to survive, right? And this is often why this is what we describe between a healthy ego and an unhealthy ego, right? Because a healthy ego is flexible, right? A healthy ego is flexible. It actually gets stronger. It gets stronger the more you bend it, because it's like, wow, right? No, it still holds. It still holds, right? It's the observation of being able to understand that. But what do you often see in those who are too locked in the egoic self? No. No. Like head down. Like just look at this, right? It's a lot of that type of energy, right? It's the energetic refusal to be able to see any other perspective beyond the one that one is effectively occupying or working through. So we've got a lot of that energy there. And even in the modality by which we recognize, right? Even in the modality by which we recognize a lot of that ferocity, then we see that is the quality and context by which we are able to effectively energetically adapt upon something, or the space by which we are able to effectively flow through or work into. So we see that for a lot of that energy, working into that quality and condition, right? That this is a lot of the work that we ourselves experience as it relates to that quality or context. Now moving into the clarification card that we see that's coming through with that Three of Pentacles in its reversal has to do with, right? We've got here the page. We've actually got here the King of Wands in its upright. So what are we seeing with that King of Wands energy? Now this is the King of Wands energy, right? This is beautiful. We've got the Three of Pentacles in its reversal with the King of Wands energy, which basically literally that's why I'm glad I didn't pull this card yet, because this is literally masculine getting better at seeing the difference between someone that's healthy in their ego and someone that's rigid within it, right? And this is what I meant about the Aries energy healing, right? It's the difference between warlike and warrior, right? And why do we see the difference between warlike and warrior? Because warlike energy is often energetically weak, right? Warlike energy is actually weak because they're constantly looking for something to test themselves against, to prove to another how energetically strong they are, right? That's not Aries energy. Aries has never been like that in all of Aries. Aries never, right? The modality of effectively building into the space of being warlike is the modality by which one questions one's strength, or one is trying to be strong performatively to try to prove to another how strong one is. True strength is being a conservator of strength, right? It's being a steward of our strength. It's knowing how strong we are and being very conscientious and careful with it, right? It's the conscientiousness and care that we apply towards things that allow us to effectively identify and recognize what it is that we ourselves are working towards. So we see that for a lot of that energy, that adaptability, or that space is identifying and recognizing the full shape of intensity of what it is that we energetically apply our energetic strength towards. So this is a lot, and like that's what I keep on seeing in relationality to the heart space of masculine. A lot of that observation that is occurring, and even in the modality by which they're experiencing it, the ability to effectively amplify and articulate upon what feels like it is healthy and energetically thriving versus what feels like it's energetically oppositional, right? And this is what's happening for a lot of the masculine energy. The frustration and how hard it is, right? The validation of understanding why energy experiences the self with trepidation, right? The warrior, right? Warriors often hold anger towards warlike energy because it makes the warrior have to work even harder, right? The warrior becomes the warrior. The warrior has to become the worrier, right? That's what's so hard about it. The warrior has to become the warrior, because the warrior is constantly worried in being misperceived as the warlike energy. Now, this brings us to the feminine energy and the heart space of feminine. We're going to be utilizing the Smith-Waite Centennial deck for the heart space of feminine. Can I get 3 cards, please? 1, 2, 3. Thank you. We've got here the 2 of Wands in its upright. We've got here the 6 of Cups in its upright. And we've got here the King of Swords in its upright. So what are we effectively seeing in relationality to a lot of that energy? The observation or the understanding of, I keep on seeing the space by which, and I need to stress this, right? For a lot of, and as soon as I started reading, did you see how much I had to start clearing my throat? For feminine? Feminine is absolutely tired of having individuals putting words in feminine's mouth, right? Like, and what does it often feel like? What does it often feel like? And this is what I meant about things being done in the name of the self rather than what one energetically desires. When somebody is doing something in the name of you, they are tokenizing you. You cease to exist. Never will you be more objectified than when you are energetically tokenized, which is the modality by which another person does not want to carry the feelings that you feel about something, but want to effectively utilize the self as an excuse to be able to do anything that they effectively feel that they want to do, right? This is literally, we have got to stop doing this as a society in every single context, right? The modality of doing things in each other's name with no context or concept about how another person feels about it is never will you see somebody deeper in their ego. And this is why, right? This is why feminine can't be more in their feminine, because feminine gets energetically exhausted in someone trying to articulate or build some kind of potential story in their head as to what's actually going on with feminine, rather than listening to the words that come out of feminine's mouth, right? The observation of literally, there is energy that the ego would rather tokenize than listen. The ego would rather ultimately tokenize than listen, which is again the modality, because the ego seeks energetic mirrors, right? The ego seeks things that just validate what the ego desires to see. And this is why we do the work in listening and being energetically patient with one another, because the modality and the experience by which we recognize and identify that, the modality by which we understand that love is active listening, it's not the space by which we do things for each other and then claim that we did them even though that person didn't want you to do them. You are doing that for yourself. You are doing that for yourself. And the modality by which we effectively do that, when we recognize the quality and condition by which the ego longs to do that, then we are able to heal our relationships. And this is why the feminine feels energetically frustrated, because it's the energy that often works into the context of saying, right, having to be energetically receptive, wanting to put your compassion in places, but potentially persistently always having to be energetically protective against energy that gets into a delusional space, right? This is feminine that often recognizes that the nature that they have experienced pain has been in someone being delusional and saying, you're welcome, I'm doing this because I love you, and being like nothing, and as they are literally hurting the feminine, right? The feminine having to go through experiences by which feminine has experienced the full brunt of trauma. And in the same energy that was dealing them the trauma, somebody saying, can't you see how much I love you, right? Can't you see how much I care about you, that I'm doing this? Failing to recognize that when we care, we energetically listen to what we are energetically asking for. We don't energetically articulate upon what is energetically needed in situations. So we see that for a lot of that energy, having to facilitate upon the nature of their own energetic aggression, right? The modality of experiencing the energetic frustration, and that fact that most of the harm that is dealt to feminine is somebody delusional claiming that they're doing it for feminine's benefit. Wouldn't you, like, how, when you recognize the full shape of the energy and the trauma that the energy experiences, that is why the feminine articulates and says, that's why the feminine says that their rage acts as shield. Because how could you not be upset about circumstances like that, right? Well, for the energy, that the non-binary energy, we've got 3 cards here, and we're going to be utilizing for the heart space of non-binary. We're going to be utilizing the Aquarian, the Aquarian Tarot. Yes, Aquarian Tarot. 3 cards. All right, this card is being very insistent on wanting to come out. Okay. Can I get 2 more, please? And 1 more, thank you. We've got here the 5 of Swords in its reversal. We've got here the Justice card in its upright. And we've got here, we got the Queen of Wands out. So we see, I got to point out, we've got a lot of court cards. I have to just point this out. This is really important if you're a tarot nerd. We've got court cards. We've got court cards in all of the heart spaces of all of the respective energies right now. We've got a King of Wands. I want to point this out. We've got a very careful King of Wands. The best way. And I want to explain this. If you don't know what I mean by a very careful King of Wands in the heart space of masculine, just go look at the spread. Just go look at this spread, and you'll see exactly what I'm talking about. We've got in the feminine, and we've got a King of Swords, a progressive King of Swords, and then we've got in the non-binary space a reversed Queen of Wands. And the thing about I like, and here's the thing about it though. A reverse Queen of Wands in the non-binary heart space is kind of like, I want to describe it as like the best way I can describe it is, how do I describe it? It's baton twirling. You know, I just want like that like that's the best way I can describe what I'm seeing there. And what do I mean? And what do I mean? What do I mean by baton twirling? Baton twirling, baton twirling doesn't do anything. No offense to baton twirlers, okay? And I want to describe this. So the space by which, and this is what I want to articulate, okay? Because there's something very important that we see here. It is the conversation between, right? It is the conversation between. It's a conversation between. It's a conversation between expertise and energetic farce. Okay. Wow. Okay. So let's work through this. Okay. Expertise versus energetic farce. And it's interesting because it's the difference. So, and this is what we effectively identify. Those who don't understand what the quality of something being very energetically, like how much it takes to make something exquisite. It's very easy to try to energetically pantomime something. Okay, now we're getting somewhere. It's the and this is what's interesting about it. That's what I keep on getting in terms of the I keep on hearing the arc. I'm getting the pantomime of a baton twirl, which is the modality by which another person does not recognize how much skill it energetically takes to do something, but rather would be in the space by which they articulate, right? They articulate upon the unnecessity of it is what I keep on seeing, right? The trying to qualify upon something that one does not understand, that one then articulates upon the unnecessity of it, that often builds into the context that one does not understand the nuances of it, if that makes sense, right? It's working through the understanding of what it takes to be able to do something fluidly, right? It's often built into, and I like to point this out, that when one is able to do something, we work hard to do something sublimely. And what does one mean by working hard to do something sublimely? Okay, it's been a whole conversation now. Okay, so when we work to do something sublimely, we have to put effort and effort and effort and effort and effort and effort into it. Nobody sees all the hard work it takes to be able to do something sublimely. Because when you're able to do something sublimely, you're doing it divinely, right? It's like it looks so natural. It's easy for another person to be like, oh, I can do that. And then they try, and it's like, you know what I mean? Like, and it's a modality by which you see somebody. It's like everything looks sublime until one's own self has to get into the space of doing it sublimely. And the next thing you know, right, you suddenly have a quick education on why sublimity is divine, because it's not easy, is it? It's not easy. The gift of looking easy is the most divine gift, right? That's the magic of something. That's why that's all I keep on pointing out, like that's what we kind of see with like magician card energy. And it's interesting because the magician card isn't here, right? But that's the understanding. And this is why we often talk about the difference between truly recognizing someone, right? The true compliment you give someone, and the difference, like the cutting sword in terms of someone saying, oh, that looks easy, right? Which is often articulated with someone who has no idea what they're talking about. Nothing is easy. Versus someone that says, you make it look effortless. You make it look effortless, right? The highest quality of a gift that you can say in terms of something that you've worked so hard to do. And another person says, I know how much effort you've put into that. You are so connected to that thing. When I watch you, it's like I'm watching you breathe, right? Because when that happens, you have become the embodiment of it. Continuing to get clarification. and we'll be moving on, and we're going to be reading into the we're going to be reading into the unconscious of masculine now. 3 cards, please. 3 cards for the unconscious of masculine, and we're going to be utilizing the Tarot of the Divine. 1, 2, 3. Thank you. We've got the Hangman in its reversal. Okay, we've got the Hangman in its reversal. Yep, yep. We've got the Moon card in its upright. We've got a lot of major arcana in the heart space, in the unconscious of masculine. And we have the King of Swords in its reversal. So we've got double King of Swords here. Okay. And I want to point out, these are some very complicated cards in the heart, in the unconscious of masculine. And the best way I can describe this is the best way I can describe what we're effectively seeing with a lot of this energy is, and I'm sorry, like I have to get quiet because it's quite like this is what I mean. This is what I mean with Jupiter. This is what I mean with Jupiter in like stationing direct in Cancer. Okay, because Jupiter stationing direct in Cancer, like the best way I can describe it is, I never thought of it that way. Right? And I want to describe to you, those words are the sound of love getting in. Right? I never thought of it that way. Do you know how beautiful that is? Do you know what a beautiful gift it is? That is the sound of knowledge creeping in, right? Knowledge is a quiet door. Knowledge is a quiet door. And that's why we talk about the fact that knowledge is a quiet door. Because when we are energetically quiet, we're able to see things that we haven't seen before, right? There's the ability and the understanding by which we work through things, and the space by which we ourselves are able to attenuate, or the space by which we are able to see things in different perspectives, like that. Those perspectives are energetically blessed because it's the observation of being able to recognize and identify the adaptability by which we ourselves effectively work to observe is how we effectively grow in our understanding. And that's why often, like I feel like there's a lot of masculine energy that's working to heal via active listening, right? that patience by which we put into things, not just to articulate upon how we feel. And that's the thing about it, right? The ego is eager to constantly articulate upon how one feels, right? But the higher self longs to know, right? The higher self longs to know. And we only grow to know by finding the ability of becoming comfortable in our own solitude, or in our own solemnness. Because when we are effectively in the space, right, and I want to just show you this, right? This is what I meant about the hesitation we see here, right? That the hesitant King of Wands that moves into, that becomes the King of Swords in its reversal, because it's the observation of being able to effectively identify and articulate upon another's perspective that then allows ours the ability to grow, right? So this is how we build into a mature perspective, right? We first we believe, and then we listen, and then we learn more, and then we effectively flourish. So I feel like there's a lot of the work of the healthy masculine that's building into that journey. And it's like I almost feel like it almost feels like a conversation with masculine talking towards healthy masculine, which says before you put like before you endeavor, right? Unify. It's not an endeavor unless it's a unified endeavor, right? It's not something that you're doing unless there's a quality or a condition of moving towards something energetically together, right? And I just keep on hearing it's not an endeavor unless it's together. It's not an endeavor unless it's together, which means we have to a healthy manifestation goal is one that is mutually shared, right? Because that is the amplification of doing something joyfully versus doing something determinatively. And I feel like that's a lot of the energy that is mindful of that, but also works through the context of energy that often feels, right? It often feels like it makes things harder for the energy that's moving in that way because they're trying. I keep on hearing it's almost like unhealthy masculine energy trying to claim the qualities and characteristics of the energy that's actually trying to do something in a beneficial way. And that's why the energy gets so frustrated at the self, because I can almost see that, like, it's like a conversation with masculine to the self saying, do you know how much harder you make my life every day because you're actively not doing the work to heal properly, right? Continuing to read into the feminine energy and the unconscious of feminine. 3 cards for feminine, and we're going to be utilizing the tarot of the divine for feminine. 2, 3. Yeah, Queen of Cups in its reversal, in combination with the 7 of Coins in its reversal, in combination with the Page of Cups in its reversal. That's a lot of energy there. And here's the thing about it. Like, you know what? There is, I got it, like, I don't know why, but there's like a feeling, there's some kind of feeling of energetic disgust I'm picking up in the heart space of feminine. And the heart space of feminine is healing from energy that's made feminine not trust feminine energy, is what I keep on seeing, right? And I want to describe this, and this is often why I meant like the conversation with the energy to the self, which has to do, and this is why it's so toxic, right? And this is the conversation I see that feminine's having, holding a standard outside of the self, right? This is why we talk about people pleasing is literally the most toxic thing you will ever encounter, right? Because people pleasing will take you places that you would not go with a pew pew, right? People pleasing will have you do things so far from your higher self that you will be disgusted, right? You will be energetically disgusted in relationality to what you find there, right? The modality by which we often feel and this is why we talk about, right? This is like often, like like often you'll get sick, and you getting sick of things is the start of your healing journey, because it's the modality by which you navigate something and say, like why would you do that? Well, I was worried about everybody else. So let's discuss that. Like, that's what you're going to say to the higher self one day. Why'd you do that? Well, everybody else was doing it. Oh, okay, that's a good reason. Okay, the higher self is going to be like, oh, okay, I did. I'm sorry. Oh, silly me. Oh my gosh, of course, that's why. You didn't follow. Okay, like you didn't follow yourself to me. You didn't follow yourself to me because you were worried. You were worried about like, oh, that's fine. Okay, great. Okay, noted, right? I'm glad you left the world pleased, right? I'm glad you left the world appeased, is what I keep on hearing. Right? That's what it feels, and that's the thing about it, right? The modality by which, and I keep on seeing feminine being sick, saying feminine's job, feminine's purpose is not to appease. How dare you? Right? How can you exist in a space by that? Feminine is not here to please. Feminine is here to work collaboratively in the act of energetic creation, right? And this is what we talk about a history of energy seeing the force of life that is on this earth and going, you're here to please. How could you? That modality, that experience, that observation, why the space by which you see the force of energetic creation, and one articulates and says, oh, you're just here for to be pleasing, right? It is literally the space by which we understand and we energetically build into, right? The unified space by which we energetically create is healed, not through comparison, but through generosity, right? Through the space by which we are perpetually or continually helping one another along the way, right? The gift of building into we could make this place incredible, right? But before we can make something energetically incredible, we've got to stop trying to one up each other. We've got to stop turning this into some kind of space by which it feels like the desire to be perfect, right? The desire to be perfect that moves one away from being energetically authentic, that often effectively like creates it's great, like, and this is what happens. Like one day you come to the conclusion of your life and you say, I was perfect, and someone goes, perfect at what? Perfect at perfect at what? Perfect at what? Right? Perfect is connected to purpose, right? And when we work towards that ability of identifying our purpose, right? It's not the modality by which we bludgeon each other with the desire to become it. It's the space by which we see it in everyone, in every way. And that ability to be able to identify and recognize that is how we effectively grow it, right? But we have to let go. And this is why I feel like a lot of the feminine that's working, I told you, working to heal the feminine energy, saying, listen, right? You've got to start loving yourself. Because when you start loving yourself, you start saying, like, which perfect are you moving towards, right? The perfect by which you identify that you are perfect. What if you are perfect now? And if you say to me, I'm not, let's talk. Like, they're okay. Now we've got something to talk about, right? The observation of where we place our perfect, not working towards the feeling that we're not, because that's how we heal. The problem is, you have to remember this, trauma will tell you you're not getting something and you don't deserve to have it because you're not perfect. Failing to recognize that perfect is unattainable, right? And the ability to effectively see that is how we begin to heal it, because it's the observation of saying, finding that perfect is understanding what our energetic purpose is. It's what we energetically value that allows us to be able to do something in a profound way. This brings us to the non-binary energy. 3 cards for the non-binary, unconscious, and we're going to be utilizing the Smith-Waite Centennial deck. Dun, dun, dun. 1, 2. We did it again. It's the same thing. We've got the same placement that we have in the we have the same placement happening that's in the heart space of the masculine and the non-binary today. And 1 card, please. We've got the 8 of Wands in its upright, and the Queen of Wands. The Queen. We got double Queen of Wands, double Queen of Wands, and there's queens everywhere. And the Justice card. Oh my God, the Justice card in its reversal. Sorry, I'm a tarot nerd. And the reason I'm nerding, I mean, look, I just want to. Again, just if you like the cards, then I would encourage you to go look at today's spread, because, like, again, we've got. Remember how I said we've got a hesitant King of Wands in the heart space of masculine. We've got a hesitant Queen of Wands energy in the embodiment of non-binary. And the thing I want to point out here, right? It's working into, but there's something more, and I need to point this out. The Queen of Wands, the hesitant Queen of Wands is why, like, the hesitant Queen of Wands is a superpower to a certain extent, because it's literally, remember when I said, never will you recognize the full force of another's projection when somebody hurls an insult to you that's actually a compliment, right? Like someone like, you're so nice all the time, being like, Okay? Like, you know what I mean? Like, why do you have to be all confident all the time? Being like, like, like literally constantly feeling like this is what it feels like. Like when you heal, you feel like you're literally living in a ridiculous place because the modality by which you're working to energetically cultivate, like you're literally working to cultivate qualities in yourself that others are like, "Brr," like, like, it's, why are you so happy? I'm just like, it's like literally like that's because it's the modality by which like you will never see you'll never see projection more than when you actively intentionally work to heal, because it's the modality by which you literally see another person working something through on you in the context by which them saying something that sounds so energetically absurd, right? Like it's just it's just like healing is a silly place for that reason because it just it gets real still, it feels like that's why you're laughing all the time because you're literally how could you not laugh because you're like I like it's literally so, like it's watching someone literally like go through all the waves of energetic projection in the space by which they see you moving towards a positive direction. And that's what's hard about it, and this is the worst part about it, like I told you, the empathy the empathy that one experiences, right? The empathy that one experiences is in identifying and recognizing the quality of that occurring. It still hurts. Doesn't mean it doesn't hurt, right? Because it's especially because if you're working through empathy, right? You hurt twice, right? You hurt twice because you know that they're hurting you, and you hurt even more because you can feel. You can feel. You can palpably feel the pain that they themselves are energetically experiencing, right? The palpable pain that they themselves are energetically experiencing in relationality to the amount of hate that they try to displace to you simply by seeing you navigating from a place of joy. Bottom of the deck on this reading, masculine energy. Whoop! Hold on. The masculine cards have been very slippery today. Hold on a minute. Oh my gosh. All right, 1 minute. Hold on. Hold on. Just give me a minute. Okay, we're getting there. 1 sec. Okay. All right, we got that. Okay, so we got a lot of the cards here. We're going to just read the top. Yeah, strength, right? Strength in its reversal. Here's the thing about it, and this is what masculine realizes, right? Most masculine energy does not hurt intentionally, right? It's not like masculine energy wakes up, like it's not like the unhealed portion of masculine energy wakes up and goes, who can I hurt today? The sound of masculine hurting someone is masculine getting carried away, right? The sound of masculine energy hurting someone is more often than not masculine energy getting carried away with their own manifestation goals, right? That is unfortunately, that is the story 9 times out of 10 in relationality to masculine hurting another person. Not very rarely, right? Very rarely someone that is effectively like with the determination, but the observation of masculine working into getting carried away, or again, the worst part is the two different, or trying to prove to another person that they're not weak, right? Trying to prove to another person that they're not weak. And what does trauma try to tell you? You're weak. You're weak. You're weak. You're weak, right? And here's the thing about it. Often, masculine will create the false illusion of healing from trauma, right? The false illusion of healing from trauma being like, I'm going to get so strong. Nobody can hurt me again. And then they become the source of trauma in everyone else's experience, right? Because that is how the lineage of pain persists. And it's the modality by which masculine says, I don't care what you say about me. I know I am strong. I know I am embodiment of the divine. I know I'm energetically loved. That everything begins to change. Everything begins to grow. Everything begins to energetically flourish. And it's that modality and that proportionality of being able to bring in experiences and circumstances in that direction that allows the capacity and the ability of something energetically growing. But this is why I keep on seeing, right? Like, I almost feel like this is masculine that's working into, like I told you, this is the healing of the energy of the masculine in connection to true Aries energy. Warriors don't feel. Warriors don't look for fights. Warriors look for ways to avoid them because they are stewards of strength. They know what it is important to work towards, and they work towards it every day. While for feminine energy, unconscious of feminine, Queen of Pentacles, and it's upright, right? Like I keep on seeing this. This is a lot of the feminine energy that's healing, right? And I almost feel like that's feminine energy taking accountability and being like, right? Like that is the energy saying, I feel like that's often the feminine looking back on things and feeling regret or grief and saying, that was the version of me that was unhealed, that was more worried about pleasing others than pleasing the self, right? The modality by which feminine often feels most regretful, right? In the modality by which they're effectively, the choices that they made were ones that they effectively made for energy outside of the self rather than for the self. And in the observation of the feminine, I want you to understand this for feminine going through this, you have to love that person too. You have to love that person too. That person has brought you here, right? That person, this is what we talk about with inner child healing, even that person that used to try to please everybody, right? And even if you're not in the space by which you appreciate the choices they made at the time, yet you find yourself here. And that is why you have to hold that person dearly, because that ability of putting love towards that person allows you to start making the choices that allow for the true changes to occur, right? And it doesn't start with being mad at the self. It starts with wrapping one's arms around the past self and loving them. Even like look at that person trying so hard, right? Look at that person that was looking everywhere for love, that they failed to recognize that the one place that the love was eternal was right there. While for the non-binary space, bottom of the deck, and we'll be utilizing the Smith-Waite Centennial deck, we've got the Chariot in its reversal. And this is like, and I need to point this out. It's very hard for a lot of this energy because there's so much hesitation here. There is so much well-reasoned hesitation, right? There is so much hesitation, and the worst part about a lot of that energy is the hesitation is necessary. The hesitation is absolutely necessary. And why do we see that the hesitation is necessary? Because the hesitation is is understanding of what it means to constantly have to walk through experiences, knowing that you will inevitably be the source that others project upon, right? The modality and the experience by which you just recognize the quality of your selfhood, right? It's the vulnerability it takes to live every day knowing that you are effectively going to be the direction by which the projection is delivered, right? It's not if, it's just the observation of such. It's the hardest space to be, right? But it's not something that one does. It's not something that one does because one does. And then having even in the space by which you do that, another person articulating, right, that you're not being true within yourself in the context of doing that, right? The modality by which another person does not see the bravery it takes to live in authenticity, but projects attention onto the self, tries to project that you're doing something for energetic attention, failing to recognize the bravery it takes to be able to do something with intention, right? I keep on hearing nobody, nobody lives their lives in the space of attention. And often the space by which we work through that, right? Having to heal from modalities or experiences by which trying to move through trauma and trying to find the self. And even I said, someone articulating the selfish choice of the self, or potentially trying to articulate, I keep wondering somebody being like, you're going on a healing journey for attention, right? And being like, yeah, attention to the self. I'm being attentive, like someone being like, you bet, I'm being attentive to myself, right? I'm being attentive to myself because that's what we're supposed to do, right? Why would you not be attentive to the self? Why would you not want to work through that? Why would you not want to be able to be in the space by which we should be attentive to each other, but we should also be attentive to our own needs? So I feel like it's the modality of, I keep on seeing the modality of, I keep wondering, sincerity is never attentive, right? But often in the act of trying to find one's sincerity, right, others will try to project that quality onto the self. So I feel like there's a lot of that work that the energy overcomes in relationality to building into their own confidence. And a lot of that has to do with healing from a lot of those negative projections, even knowing, even understanding, even understanding the source by which another person projects something onto you. It doesn't mean it doesn't still have an impact, right? It doesn't mean it still doesn't have an impact. That is our daily collective read for today. I want to thank you guys so much for being here and receiving these messages. Just a reminder, if you would like to book a private reading with me, it is a 2-step process. You have to book the reading, you have to pay for the reading. Please make sure you do both if you'd like to have that reading. Most importantly, please remember that I will never, ever, 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 ever reach out to you for a private reading. I will never DM you. I will never PM you. I will never slide into your inbox and tell you that I have a very important message that only I can deliver. The only way you can book a reading with me is if you book one on my site, so I would encourage you to do it there. A couple of updates before we move into personal readings today. First and foremost, I'd like to thank everybody who attended our recent class on the court cards in the sword suit. We're going to be studying the cup cards in the swords, in the cup cards. I keep on doing that. The court cards in the cup suit next. And we'll be having that class next week on Thursday, March 19th at 6 p.m. PST, 9 p.m. Eastern. If you'd like to become a part of that tarot class program, you can head over to my stack and become a paid subscriber. Your paid subscription to my stack is your ticket of entry into our live classes each and every month. As a paid subscriber, you will have access to over 9 hours worth of material in the Tarot Church Library Class Archive. Now, it's not necessary to catch up. I'll be doing my best to give you an update on everything that we have studied prior to beginning the next class, but the material is there for you to receive as you're ready to receive it. You'll also have access to a complimentary one-on-one chat with me and the other students to ask any questions that you may have in relation to anything we've learned and studied thus far. And if you become a founding member, not only will you receive a discount on the full year's worth of classes, you'll also have access to over 20 hours worth of material in the Tarot Church Library Class Archive, as well as a complimentary mentorship class with me, where I will meet with you personally to assess where you are on your own personal tarot journey and give you the best insights in terms of how to utilize those classes to the best of your advantage moving towards your tarot goals going forward. One of the things I tried to do in these classes was make them accessible to the absolute novice tarot reader as well as the seasoned reader. There's definitely something there for everyone. Don't let your lack of experience or your robust experience prevent you from joining us in these classes. And even if you don't become a paid subscriber to my stack, I would encourage you to follow me there to stay up to date on any new offerings or services. I also post my weekly newsletter there, which will let you know about my in-person events as well as my online live schedule, as well as my mystic meditation articles, which will give you updates on everything we've been seeing in the cards. I also want to let you guys know that on top of my standard life path readings, I also offer mentorship classes. These are for any of my students that are seeking a more personalized educational experience with me. I take a very limited number of students for this reason, as those classes are focused on each individual's personal spiritual goals and journey work. Those classes can be purchased on an individual level or as a monthly class series, weekly or bi-weekly, as your schedule permits, so that you can stay more consistent on your personal journey. I'm also very happy to offer dream interpretation readings, which can be purchased per dream or as a series. If you purchase a series, I would encourage you to start to keep a dream journal, as we will meet weekly or bi-weekly with that journal and utilize the tarot to understand the key themes and messages coming towards you in the dream space. I want to thank you guys so much for being here today and sharing in these messages, and we will do this again tomorrow. That is our daily collective read for today. We are going to get started on personal readings. If you would like to get on the list for a reading today, the list is open. It is 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more. For my subscribers, Binks in my Lio, please keep in mind there are 3 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy, medical, and spiritual. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. I'm going to take we're also at 20, and thank you so much. Congratulations to Avatar. You got our highest gifter for today. And thank you so much, Yaz. You came in second, so you will have an additional card in your reading as well. If anybody else wants to get on the list for today, you will be the 3rd person read for. We are doing here dream interpretation, highest priority messages from spirit, life path, mediumship, dream interpretation, angelic guidance, animal spirit guide readings, pet readings, akashic, and mind body spirit. If you have information that you feel is relevant for the purposes of our reading, you can include it in the notes when you send the donation. You can also post it in our subscriber only disco channel in the appropriate channels. I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as it was reading. Thank you so much for those likes, Ed. Appreciate you. Welcome, Alex. Thank you for joining us. How are you doing today? Thank you, Ivana, for those heart knees. My emotions, again, I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if the emotions are all over the place right now. Absolutely. And thank you, Adina, for sharing the live. Always appreciate when you guys share the live. Guys, make sure to give Adina some love. Had an absolutely lovely podcast with them a while back. You can find it both on my stack and over on their page as well. Emma, thank you so much for those heart knees. Also, please remember, if you would like to have an animal spirit guide card on top of your 1 card reading, if you are a super fan, just go ahead over on the clock app. Make sure that you're recharging your heart knees today. Excellent. And thank you as well. Yes, do I stay or do I go? Sending you support on that journey, Emma. Obvious to go, but makes sense to stay logically. Happy to read for you on that, dear, if you'd like to read for it. And thank you for the follow, Ariel. How you doing today? This was the free reading today, see? We're about to get started on personal readings. I mean, it's an interesting question, Valentina, right? I do feel like to a certain extent, I would argue that tokenizing is a form of gaslighting when you think about it that way. The problem is, I need to point this out, it might not be intentional, right? The hard part about it is I want to describe, I feel like it's only gaslighting if it's actually intentional. Some energy doesn't recognize that they're doing it, right? And that's why we have to effectively articulate upon it. And thank you, Summer, for the follow. It's almost like a type of, yeah, it's interesting. But here's the thing about it, right? Like this is why we have to be very quick to energetically correct for it, right? Like and it has to do with the observation of understanding and recognizing the form. Like it all goes back to a healthy manifestation goal is one that's mutually shared, right? If you're doing something like and this is why we also talk about, right, if we're actively waiting upon something, like we have to make sure that we're experiencing and encountering each other in a space by which we're able to energetically observe what is occurring, because it's the modality by which we often it's the experience or the modality by which we often feel that we're not, like, we're doing something for another's benefit and they don't know it. Like, that is what we have to be conscientious of, right? Absolutely. Bare necessities. Absolutely. Thank you as well, Kelly. I do my best. And thank you, Valentina, for sharing the live. Always appreciate when you guys share the live. Blessings to you as well, Logan. Yeah, that's where the disgust comes from. Built so much for so much. But here's the thing. This is how we work to heal it. So true. It's easy to turn on ourselves when things don't manifest. Exactly. Queen, I know. Did you see all the queens? There were so many queens there, Valentina. There was a lot of them. Absolutely. Grand Rising, Yaz. Yes, I've literally been told that by a child. Why are you so nice to everyone? It was so perplexed. That's wild. Thank you as well, Ed. Yeah, did you see it? Like, the thing about it, like there's like, and I think that has a lot to do, right? And it has to do, like, it's like, and this is what we recognize. Remember, like, um, the emotionality that we bring to things, allowing for a space of proportionality, right? Yeah, thank you as well, Avatar. Yeah, exactly. That's wild. So you're confirming it too, right? The fact that they use the word force instead of intention, right? Like the space by which, like the space by which another person thinks that that's something negative. Absolutely. How you doing today, Minnie? Good to see you. And thank you so much, Thrill, for the follow. We just finished the collective, Minnie. Yeah, like, I'm sorry I had to be judged. Yeah, sorry you had to be judged for being thoughtful. I resonate with that too. Definitely people pleasing. Yep. Excellent. Oh my gosh, that sounds wild. Yes. I mean, that sounds pretty cool, right? I feel like I'm gonna, oh my gosh, that's so, I know, I totally get that. Excellent. And thank you for the follow, Private. You're so welcome, Brandy. You're so welcome, Kelly. I got you on the list, Erica. You'll be the first person read for. You'll also have an additional card in your reading today. Oh yeah, interesting. And thank you for sharing the live, Kelly. Excellent. All right, my friends, we're going to get started. The first person we're going to be reading for today is Erica, but if you want to get on the list today, it's a great time to get on the list. You will be the third person read for. 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers, Binks in my Lio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across today. There are 3 things I do not read for here: pregnancy, medical, and legal. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. Also, we are at 25.7K likes. When we get to 50K, I will be gifting a reading back to the collective. So make sure you're tapping that screen and we will get to 50K in no time. And the first person we're reading for today is going to be Erica. Erica, if you're here, can you respond in all caps and let me know if you'd like a general reading or you have a specific question you'd like me to answer? And if anybody else would care to get on the list today, you will be the third person read for. And also, just a reminder, if you are on the hold list and would like to be added back to the list, all you need to do is put your information in the notes when you send the donation, or just let me know the date that you were put on the hold list. I'll be happy to add you back as well. And while we wait for Erica's question, let's warm up those intuition muscles with an intuition check. Excellent. I've got the animal spirit guide cards here. We're going to count back from 10, and when we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We got the cat. Thank you for participating. We'll do that again after the next reading. Okay. All right, where were we? Second call right now for Erica. Second call right now for Erica. If Erica has stepped, hold on, just going back. And thank you, Erica, for sharing the live. Always appreciate when you guys share the live. I know we lost the cat for a while. It's finally back in the deck. Okay. Nice. All right. Okay, if Erica is not here, we're going to continue forward. I'm looking for Avatar. Avatar, if I know it's okay. They might have had to step out of the room. It sometimes happens. Avatar, if you could let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. And that said, if anybody else would like to get on the list today, you will be the second person read for. It is 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 3 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy, medical, and legal. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. We are doing a highest priority read today for Avatar. I'm going to pin up Avatar here. Guys, make sure to give Avatar some love. And where are the cards we're going to utilize them today? Thank you. Oh, you've already got a card flying out. Okay, can I get 2 more, please? Oh, wow, very fast. And 1 more, please. So I feel like I need to describe this. I feel like these cards have to deal, like, these cards feel like they're dealing with someone's weird feelings. And I feel like I feel like the message that's coming through on it is like let their weirdness, let their weirdness be the closure, is what I'm getting, you know? The way the best way I can, like, and it's interesting too, because it does feel like there's a guide connected to it, you know? Like, how do I describe this best? It's giving me, it almost, I want to, like, the way I'm almost seeing it, like, it feels almost like someone giving you more information than you need, or someone not having a filter, if that makes sense, right? And the hard part about this is, like, and I'm getting here, like, in relationality to, like this no filter that I'm seeing is, the the best way I can describe something I when I'm seeing, it's like, it's the space by which you're saying, why are you sharing this information with me, right? Why are you sharing this, like, why are you sharing this information with me? Because and I often see, I need to point this out. I often see this in situations by which another person is sharing too much about a relationship that they're in, is what I keep on getting. right? The space by which another person shares too much information in relationality to like in relationality to a relationship they're in, which can often feel, right? And I keep on hearing it can often make one feel really profoundly energetically uncomfortable, right? It's almost the modality of having to say to someone, right? How would and I want to describe this. If you want to cleanse, right? If you want to cleanse a conversation like that, if you want to cleanse a conversation like that real quick, and it's interesting too, because it's actually coming from one of your angelics. How would they feel about you sharing that? I feel like you need to write that down. How would they feel about you sharing that? Is what I keep on getting. I just keep on hearing that from an energy around. How would they feel about you sharing that? How would they feel about that you sharing that? Now, and I need to point this out. The reason you can do that is because you can usually tell the health of a relationship based upon the answer, right? Which is the modality by which, some relationships and other like are very much in the space by which like everything's on the table, you know, like everything is there, and somebody being like, oh, like they're like, no, like they'd be perfectly, like I see somebody be like, oh, they'd be perfectly fine with it, right? Like a lot of like, and sometimes you'll hear like the enthusiastic yes of two people, like the enthusiastic yes of two people working through something is the enthusiastic yes of two people working through something is the space by which another person says they would be totally like they'd probably be eager for your opinion too, right? They'd probably be eager for your opinion too, which is the observation of the fact that they're both pursuing an energetic solution to something, right? Like that's usually the way you can tell. So how would they feel about you sharing that is why it's a cleansing question. Because how would they feel about you sharing that will immediately clarify in terms of them of someone saying, "Oh no, they're like we're actively trying to pursue a solution on this. Like we are both on the same page and missionality trying to work through it." And even getting others, I keep wondering, even getting others feedback upon it, right? Like that you can, that's what I keep on getting. Like I keep wondering, that is the sound of someone sharing a I keep wondering, that is the sound of someone sharing a unified argument, right? And that's revelatory, because that shows you the strength of a relationship in someone being like, oh no, like they actively are aware that I'm talking to others about it, which is something that is healthy. But when you say how would they feel about you sharing that, and if someone says, if they get quiet quick, if they stop talking, confirmation of what's happening, right? Confirmation on what's happening. How would they feel about you sharing that? Because that's someone trying to build intimacy with you on something that they probably didn't, right? You having to say to someone, I am not your confidant for a bad relate for like you, and this is what happens, right? You having to say to someone, I am not your confidant for a bad relationship, nor am I your escape hatch, right? I am not your confidant for an unhealthy relationship, nor am I your escape hatch. Because I see that sometimes, that often what can happen, right? Often what happens in the modality of another person not wanting to face situations is the space by which they're constantly, right? They're trying to build, right? It's like I keep on hearing the griping, it's the dissatisfaction, right? The dissatisfaction that's on display that another person is entirely clueless about, is what I keep on hearing. The dissatisfaction that's on display that another person is entirely clueless about, which is the modality by which another person would be absolutely shocked to hear what another person is speaking upon, is what I keep on seeing. So I feel like it's interesting because I feel like there's something happening around you that's requiring that type of conversation related to discretion and discernment, right? The modality or the understanding in relationality to not trying to build, like I keep wondering, not trying to build a false sense of intimacy with someone or trying to rebuild intimacy by trying to broadcast how miserable we are in something. Bottom of the deck on this reading, we've got the 10 of Pentacles in its upright. And so what we really see with that, and like that's what I said, with the 10 of Pentacles in its upright is the beauty of common knowledge, right? The beauty of common knowledge, and this is what we often articulate. When relationships are in healthy space, they might not be perfect, but they're active conversations, right? Like you being like them, like they're active. It's like it's the same conversation coming out of different faces, right? It's the energy being like, yeah, this is what we're going through, right? And the we, right? The we that's implored, right? And it's funny because I was about to say it was interesting because I was about to say the we that's employed, but instead I said the we that's implored. So what you're trying to figure out right now is if someone's utilizing the we that's employed or the we that's implored, right? And the we that's implored is the we of saying, oh no, they're talking like we're actively talking. Like what I'm talking to you about, I'm talking to them about. Like we're in active conversation about it. I'm feeling this. We're talking about it. This is what they have to say about it. I'm sharing it with you, and I'm going to take back what you said to them. Right? Like that is the active connectivity point in as it relates to healthy conversation. The we that's implored is the energy that says, help me. Right? The we that's implored is the energy that's saying, I'm trying to let you know how unhappy I am. I'm trying to let you know, I'm trying to tell you how like I'm actually not invested in something. I'm trying to tell you how like desperate I am to get out of something. So be very conscientious. And I keep on hearing the way that you can cleanse the we that is employed versus the we that is implored is by stating, how would they feel about you saying that? Real fast. How would they feel about you saying that? Thank you so much for having that reading with me. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is open. It is 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers. Binks in my Lio. Please keep in mind there are 3 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy, medical, and legal. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. Okay. Hi there, Erica. I got you on the list, dear, and thank you again. That makes sense. Yep. And thank you for sharing the live, Valentina. And thank you for sharing the live, Kelly. Always appreciate when you guys share the live. Are you snack? That's very funny, Alexandra. Yeah, I'm working on a project. With an ex recently, and it was probably a bad idea. Okay, thank you for confirming what I was reading on. Okay, thank you for confirming what I was reading on. Grand Rising, Team Olsana. It does. It's exhausting. Oh, I never thought to ask. Interesting. Yeah, this is enlightening. Excellent. This is so on point. Excellent. I honestly thought it was, yeah. We've either, hold on a minute. Yes, absolutely. Excellent. Thank you, Alex. Thank you so much, Avatar, for having that reading with me. We are going to continue right now. The next person I'm looking for, right now is Erica. Erica, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. Also, just a reminder to anyone who'd like to get on the list right now, you will be the second person read for. It is 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers, links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 3 things I don't read for across these apps: pregnancy, medical, and legal. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. We are also at 26.2K likes. When we get to 50K, I will be gifting a reading back to the collective. So make sure that you are tapping that screen, and we will get to 50K in no time. And if Erica is not, and also just a reminder, if you are on the hold list and would like to be added back to the list, I just need to know the date that you were put on the hold list, and I'll be happy to add you back as well. Thank you so much, Harry, for the follow. We are going to continue right now into 1-card readings for subscribers. If you are a subscriber who would like a card pulled, go ahead and put your question in the comment. If you would like to become a subscriber to receive a 1 card, all you need to do is hit that superfan status at the bottom of the screen, and that will be making you eligible for a 1 card. And if you are a member over on the place where we keep the videos, your membership also entitles you to a 1 card reading at this time. Excellent. And just some reminders as well for anybody who's joining us who has become a subscriber today. Our next tarot class is going to be held on, Thursday, March 19th at 6 p.m. PST, 9 p.m. Eastern. We are going to be continuing our studies into the tarot with a focus on the cup card, the court. It's like a tongue twister every time I try to say it. It is the cup card, the court cards in the cup suite, the suit. Okay, I did it. I got it out. Excellent. And 1 card for Laurel. Highest priority, please. Thank you. What do we got here? Laurel, we've got here the Page of Wands in its upright. So I feel like there's something important that we see that's occurring here in relationality to being able to articulate or communicate upon like I keep wondering how we feel about circumstances or situations or the work that we do in order to attain having our needs met. Bottom of the deck on this reading. Yeah, make sure that you're being, I keep on hearing, you can be empathetic and still directive, right? You can be empathetic and still directive, which means you can effectively articulate to another the fact that you understand, but that doesn't I keep on seeing I feel like it's you. Like I read cards like that often in the space by which we feel like we can't get anywhere with someone because every time we ask them to do something, they go into like I keep on hearing like somebody who goes into an egoic crash every time you ask them to do something, right? Which is the modality by which like being like, can you do this? And someone being like, oh, I can't do anything right. Being like, your egoic crash is getting in the way of following the direction, is what I keep on hearing, right? Animal spirit guide, yeah, particularly with the cat energy, right? Like it's almost, it's like having to say to another, like trying to be energetically respective around feelings, but also articulating, right? Like almost having to say to another, right? That we don't create, right? We don't catastrophize when we receive a direction, which is the modality by which we just do it, right? We just do it. We don't block doing it because we go into the emotions about why like being mad that we haven't, is what I keep on seeing. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, dear, and thank you for being a subscriber. All right, my friends, hold on a moment, just reading back up. Ro, these are 1-card readings for subscribers. So if you'd like to become a super fan, I'm happy to draw a card for you. I've got you, Ava. 1 card, please, from Guide. It's gonna be quiet right now, specifically and particularly because Jupiter's stationed direct in Cancer, which is often working through the space of our own solitude. So if you're going through that right now, like allow this is, I keep on hearing, this is good energy to get things done. So make sure that you're focusing and being productive at this time. Bottom of the deck on this reading, yeah, there's that Empress energy, right? Like this is saying to me, it's interesting because it has something to do. It has something to do with the meditative state and the past life beyond the one that you were looking into. I'm not sure what's coming through on this, but this might be a nice opportunity to be able to tap into that I keep on hearing that past life. Animal spirit guide. Yeah, look at that. We've got the blank manifestation card here. It's interesting because it's so wild because every time I read for you and that past life comes up, the Empress card comes up. It's interesting because it's almost saying to me that one of your past lives is your guide. So there's something very curious about that. Thank you. Absolutely. Excellent. Just bear with me. Yep. No, so here's the funny thing, Laurel. There is a cat in the deck, and it wasn't coming out for a long time. And I swear, like about a week ago, I found the cat like under a chair, and it was hilarious because I'm like, oh my God, the cat card has cat energy. You're like, where's the cow? I found the cat card. It was very funny. Yes. Oh, excellent. I see. Oh, thank you for becoming a super fan, Rotez. Happy to draw a card for you now. And I appreciate you. You're also, so what I'd like you to do also is make sure that you're sending me a message. Send me a direct message through this live with a disco GIF, and I will send you an invite to our subscriber only disco channel as well. Okay? Excellent. Now, where were we? Bear with me a moment. Where'd your question go? Okay. So are we just doing a general row or do you have a specific question? Excellent. One sec. Bum, bum, bum. Oh my gosh, the card of the thing's jumping. Okay. Yeah, as one card on how they're feeling. I keep on hearing empathetic for the position that you're in. Bottom of the deck. Wow. This is saying to me like empathetic and sentimental. You know? This is empathetic and sentimental, right? I keep on seeing, I don't know why I keep on hearing, I'm happy someone could give you something that I couldn't, is what I'm getting. You know? There's a little bit of that energy connected to something there. Animal spirit guide. Yeah, particularly with the bull energy. I there's some kind of stubbornness there. You know? I think you're like there's a little bit of that. But I feel like there's something about you having profoundly changed their opinion on something, is what I'm also getting. Oh, thank you. Absolutely. And thank you for that heart, Siobhan. Thank you as well, Siobhan. Thank you for that gift, Avatar. I appreciate you. I love those cat claws. Perfect. Excellent. Is it weird? Hold on, Laurel. Just reading over. Is it weird that I relate a lot to other people's messages? No, we call it's a collective for a reason. Right? I like to describe this. Like, this is what we mean by it. It's a collective for a reason, right? We're we're going through the energy together. So you know, it's not surprising by which we're reading into things, and they feel like they energetically connect to something that you yourself are experiencing right now. General's good. I got you, Ro. One card, please. I feel like there's something here. I feel like there's something here in relationality to I keep on getting some kind of energy related, like it's some kind of energy related to working through like building into some kind of choice or making a choice about something is what I keep on seeing, specifically as it relates to relationships, you know. I don't know if I don't know if there's something here about some kind of new relationship that you're looking towards. Yeah, especially with this Ren energy. The thing I'm identifying with the Ren energy, um, the Ren energy, the Ren energy often works us through, um, like learning, like working to prioritize ourselves more, you know, and often in the space by which another person is like constantly comparing us to something else. It's like often it's like when someone's comparing us, we say respectively, like go like go take make that like go for it, right? Like it's not the space by which we allow that. It's not the space by which we allow that to change us, but the observation that there's something that another person that something that they would prefer that gives them the space by which they're able to find more is what I keep on seeing. I feel like there's something significant about that there. Yep. Minnie, one card on how does this dynamic contribute to our individual soul growth? What a beautiful question. Can I get one card, please? So I feel like there's something significant there in relationality to um, helping them take like I keep on hearing helping them take unconventional approaches in relationality to the landscape of their own possibility, right? A healthy relationship helps us see things that we couldn't see before. And so I'm almost identifying that there's something there's something about that, or something about the work, that there's something about seeing the way that you work that is changing their own opinion to their work, if that makes sense. Bottom of the deck, yeah, particularly with that King of Pentacles in its upright. And I feel like they're doing much the same to you in the same way, right? It feels like a healthy, it feels like a health, like there's something about their work ethic is inclining you to take something more seriously. And I feel like you're inclining them to take something more scholarly, if that makes sense. Animal spirit guide, yeah, like best of both worlds kind of energy, right? You're giving each other you're giving each other enlightened perspectives. One card for Moon, highest priority, and thank you, Yaz, for getting on the list. Guys, please hold on the one cards as we move back to personals. Highest priority for Moon, please. Oh, we got the Queen of Wands in its reversal. Don't, I feel like I think you overthink things, you know? Like don't overthink stuff. Listen, you know what? I mean, here's the thing about it. If you're in a situation that's constantly making you have to overthink, that's a trauma environment, right? There's something significant about that. Bottom of the deck, yeah, especially with the King of Pentacles. right? Like it's saying to me, um, like there's something very profound about the difference. There's something profound about helping each other through things, right? Like it's not the space by which I keep on hearing. We don't, like, I keep wondering, we don't say I bet they forgot. We say I'll help them remember, is what I keep on hearing. You know, specifically, yeah, specifically with that goose energy, right? There's something about that goose energy or working through something to a certain in a certain way that allows one to be able to identify and recognize what feels, I keep wondering, what feels energetically supportive is the context by which we allow something to grow. So I feel like there's something significant or important there. But even in the modality of that importance, being able to recognize and understand like what it feels like to have energy that is helping to be supportive to you. Um, you know, like I feel like there's a lot of that there. Thank you, dear. Hold on a minute. Oh, and thank you guys for speaking up so well in the collective. I deeply appreciate each and every one of you being a part of it. Yeah, it is interesting, right? The two of the lovers and the two of cups reversed, like that was wild. Absolutely, Avatar. We've got a reading coming up now, Ivana. Thank you for confirming, Ro. Welcome back, Erica. We were looking for you. One card on love. I got you, Alexandra. And guys, please hold on the one cards. We're getting back to personals. Two cards coming out right now. Two cards coming out right now for Alexandra. Somebody locked themselves out of your life. You know, I will never understand, like, I will never understand the context of someone locking themselves out of out of your life. Because it's like, and I need to point this out, energy that locks themselves out of out of their life are often trying to get us to lower our standards, right? Like it's the I keep wondering, like the energy that just stops talking, evolving, like confirmation, right? Like energy that just like I literally like energy that just stops talking all of a sudden, that tries to generate a panic state in us, you know? Yeah, it's giving me a lot of that, like, if you even cared kind of energy, right? It's not, I keep on getting, it's not healthy, right? Because that type of energy, I don't like, I keep on hearing it's rude to brood. Animal spirit guide, yeah, the seal energy, right? It's rude. I keep on hearing it's rude. The reason it's rude to brood is because all one has to do to come out of that is saying, like, is apologize, say apologies, I was brooding, right? Like the modality by which another person is just out with it in terms of what they're feeling, rather than, I keep on hearing, like, rather than feeling like you have to like pull them out of, it's not your job to pull someone out of their mood. Once you see that quality, it never goes away. We're not here to pull each other out of moods. We're here to recognize when we're in one, is what I keep on getting. Oh, I love it, Laurel. Thank you for being here and a part of it. Thank you for the help, Avatar. No, we're getting back to personals. We just had a pause in the personals for a minute, Bridget. Good to see you today. Yep, I was waiting for you to come back, dear. Can you let me know if we're doing a general or if you have a specific question, Erica? Thank you, Avatar. I appreciate you. And thank you, Bridget, for sharing the live. You're welcome, Moon. Excellent. And thank you, Nebel, for sharing the live. Yes, exactly. If pride is more important than connection, they can have it. Yeah, that's literally like, it's weird. Like, I don't know who this energy is. You know? It's like I literally see somebody. It's almost like that type of energy always drops in out of the blue. They're like, "Aren't you glad to see me?" Being like, "No." Like no. I bet you've been wondering what would happen. And you being like, "No." Like I literally, "Aren't you curious?" Like, "No, I'm not. I'm like, "Aren't you curious?" "No, I'm furious." Right? Like, "Aren't you curious?" "No, I'm furious," is all I keep on hearing. Accurate. Yeah. I want to know if my ex is busy. Okay. Sending you so much support, dear. Okay. So let's take a look. First thing we're going to do is we're going to warm up those intuition muscles with the intuition check. Got the animal spirit guide cards here. We're going to count back from 10. And when we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We've got the sow. Thank you for participating. We'll do that again after the next reading. I feel like we need to not even breathe that energy. It's fair. It's that type of energy. When I have to read for that type of energy, it's like it's exhausting, you know? Because and the funny part about it is that's often energy that it's so funny because it's like it just wants to be chased, you know? Like it just come out with it. Like it's like whenever I read for that, I want to be like, babe, just come out. Like just be honest. Like like it doesn't. It's so I can't. I can't. I don't. I don't know who has time for it. I really don't. All right. Bum, bum, bum. Where are we? And I'm gonna pin up Erica here. Got you, Erica. Okay, let's get. We're gonna do an energetic read. What's going on with that energy? Okay, and can I get? All right. Oh. I haven't even started reading for this energy. I'm already getting. All right, hello. Can I get 3 cards for Erica, please? Oh, actually, Erica, you were the first person on the list today, so you get 5 cards. Yep, 5 cards. And Yaz, you're going to get another card too because I forgot to give you your extra, so you're going to get an extra card in your reading. And if anybody else wants to get on the list right now, it's a lovely time to get on the list. You'll be the 3rd person read for. 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I don't read for across these apps: pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings. And you can book private readings on my site. Oh, man. Oh, man. Yeah, here's the thing about it. I just keep on hearing like these cards, man. They're not they like how much of this like you want the whole thing I'm seeing here? I mean, I don't know why I keep on hearing this, but I'm hearing like the turns of table. I feel like they were trying to force you into something that you were not inclined to be forced into. Like I feel like there was an ultimatum attached to this ending. They didn't want to end it with you. They wanted to change something. I see a situation by which you were like I just see a situation by which you were like, no, you know? Um and the thing about it is um and I keep on like the thing I need to describe is um no I keep on hearing no healthy relationship is built with an ultimatum. No healthy relationship. There's never been a healthy relationship that was built on an ultimatum. And an ultimatum, like an ultimatum is someone saying, right? If like either this or that, and I literally see you being like, I choose that. And I can literally see somebody who went through a jaw-dropping moment because never in a thought, and I keep wondering, never in a thousand years did they expect you like not to concede to their ultimatum. But that's how strong you are. Like I literally situation be like wrong door. You know, like you'd be like wrong door. Like you know, like I literally see a situation being like, are you out of your mind? Like I literally see you saying to someone like, why how could you even think that saying something like that to me would be fine? You know, I often see, man, do never, not to the, not like, let this just, let's just be, let this be just a very important lesson. There might be some signs that can navigate ultimatums. There are some signs that you give them an ultimatum, you will never see them again. You'll see it, and it's typically the two signs when you give them an ultimatum, you will never see it without like three signs, to be honest. Like the three signs by which you give them an ultimatum and like no, it's really two. The two signs by which you give them an ultimatum and you will never see them again is Aries and Leo. Those with Aries and Leo placements, you give them an ultimatum. Last you ever saw that energy in your life ever again. Because you cannot and why? Because Aries are warriors. And Aries understand that ultimatums are hostage situations, right? Like that's all an ultimatum is. Like when another, this is why Aries does not deal in ultimatums, because the minute an Aries sees an ultimatum, they're like, this is a hostage situation, right? Like this is a hostage thing. Like, do this or else, right? Like it's literally like be like, what are you doing? Like no, that's crazy, right? And Aries does not Aries is not a hostage negotiator, right? Aries will just destroy you and be like, now I have to destroy you. Like Aries will just boom right through, right? And Leos will say, how could you? Right? Like Aries will shoot right through is the best way I can describe it. Like this is why you cannot give ultimatums to Aries or Leos, because Aries will shoot right through. Aries will just go and will, because now they'll see you as the bully, right? And Aries can't stand bullies, and Leos will say, "How could you?" Aries, and the opposite is Leo is the diplomat, right? Leos will say, "How could you ever put me in that position? I like this. Like you will never see a Leo. Like Aries will go for you, and Leo you'll never see again. But neither one you never put them in that. You never put them in that position. They're in that position now. So whatever you're saying to me, whatever they try to do, I like, and I want to stress this. I don't see them. I don't see them going to separation. But I don't like these cards. I see somebody. I see somebody in a relationship, but with a lot of fear. is what I keep on seeing. You know? I don't know what's going on in there. Part of me doesn't want to know what's going on in there because it doesn't look pretty. Whatever I keep on hearing, it's something about a relationship of appearances. These cards are some very heavy cards I'm seeing. Right? Like I keep on, and I feel like you probably sense this. This is someone trying to put a happy face on an uncomfortable situation. Because whatever I keep on hearing, like whatever, like whatever, like I keep on seeing whoever they're in connection with, they're not going to stand for it, is what I keep on getting. Heavy. Bottom of the deck. Yeah. I don't know why I keep on hearing. I don't know why I kind of appreciate this person that they're in connection with, because I'm hearing a lot of this from the counterpart that they're in connection with. I keep on hearing, try that on me. I don't know why I'm hearing this on whoever this counterpart is or in connection with. I'm hearing, try that on me. I keep on hearing them say, I'm not as compassionate. I'm not as compassionate as that person is. I'm ruthless. Like they're in a, I'm not opposed to the person they're in connection with, because I'm picking up something here. I just keep on hearing someone say, try that on me. And it's not coming from you. I just want to point out, I'm reading into this. It's not coming from you. It's not coming from them. It's coming from whoever they're in connection with. I just keep on hearing, try that on me. See if you get, I keep wondering, see if you get, like I hear them saying, see if you get the same result. I'm not going to be as I keep hearing someone say, I'm not going to give you the kindness that person gave you, is all I keep on. I would not mess with this person's counterpart. I would not mess with this person's counterpart. I would not. I don't know. I would not. Remember what? I don't know if they're. I don't know. Remember, I don't know where the Leo or the Aries energy is coming from. And like I said, Leo will walk away from something and say, "How could you?" Right? Leos will walk away from something and say, "I bid you good day." Not Aries. Not Aries. Aries won't Aries can't and won't stand for things, is what I keep on getting. That's all I keep on seeing in this reading. The difference between the difference between a diplomat saying, okay, if you're gonna make this an ultimatum, like I literally see like a situation by which Leo will say, if you're gonna make this an ultimatum, we are done talking, right? Like this is a conversation, this is a conversation, not an ultimatum, right? Aries says, you're not, like, this is not a hostage situation. Like, that's what I meant. Aries don't see ultimatums. I'm telling you right now, do not give ultimatums to Aries, because Aries don't see ultimatums. They see hostage situations. They say, what did you say to me? No, just don't move. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, Erica. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience it. I mean, I think I've articulated the situation by which another person, like, and I want to point out and I want to be clear on this, the space by which, like, karma is not like a delivery service. It's the modality by which we work through something and fully understanding the context of what is occurring. So it's not, and even in the space by which it's not about, I really don't ascribe, I'm not a big supporter to the concept of someone getting their karma, right? Because when we think about the space of someone getting their karma, then we're looking at karma as some kind of form of punishment, okay? Karma, it's the way that karma is not punishing like that. It's working through a lesson until we understand, right? And when we think about it in that way, what I'm trying to articulate is the emphasis of where we find themselves working through that energetic lesson. So I hope that clarifies, right? You'll never, I cannot be as an ethical reader. I'm never going to be in the space where I say, yes, they're getting their karma. No, they're getting their karma, because it's just the natural order of things, right? Obviously, obviously, but this is where the lesson finds them, if that makes sense. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, Erica. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is open. It is 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers, Binks and my Lio. Please keep in mind there are 3 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy, medical, and legal. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. Yeah, that's a very beautiful way of putting it, right? I like to point out, I firmly believe that we are in a loving universe that is rooting for us. Okay, like we are in a loving universe that works every day to try to help us, like, through these journeys. Everything I've ever found as a reader indicates that, right? And the only time we start to feel a lot of energetic blowback is when we're moving in directions that aren't moving in our, like, that aren't working towards us, right? And that doesn't mean that sometimes we're going through something that's difficult, but the observation, like, the one thing, and like, the one thing is, like, we don't give each other, and I just, like, we don't give each other ultimatums. You cannot build a healthy relationship on an ultimatum. There's nothing that was what was coming through. Like you literally, like, that's all there is to say about it. There's never been a healthy relationship built upon an ultimatum. It doesn't exist. And that's why we talk about a healthy manifestation goal is one that is mutually shared, right? Manifestation goals are joint determination as it relates to the direction something goes towards. Absolutely. And just reading over. Thank you, Victoria, for the follow. Grand Rising, Ella. I do my best, Bridget. Aries, Sun, Leo Rising. There will be a hole in the shape of me in the door. Exactly. Yeah. Oh, my goodness. Oh, dear. Oh, I understand. That is, I mean, I literally, I mean, if it, I'm seeing someone who feels energetically trapped in a situation is what I keep on getting. So if it helps, like, that's what, like, those cards that I was seeing, I literally, I literally see somebody that did not, like, I literally see, like, somebody, like jaw dropped in terms of you being like, that's what I meant with how could you, I literally see somebody that's regretting something every day based upon where they are. If it was what I was seeing. Yeah. I'm an Aries and laying a hard boundary with Leo kid. Ugh, yeah. Here's the thing about it, and you know this, Ella. Aries and Leo, it's like Clash of the Titans. Aries, when Aries and Leo fight, like, the problem is the Leo feels like they know everything, right? And you know what? Here's what you say to them, right? Remind them, right? Remind them that their joy is a priority, and the only condition by which you wouldn't try to prioritize their joy. That's how you're going to get through to them. Yeah, no, I know. You hear ultimatum and you get the ick. Yeah, you'll never, that's that. And again, and especially if you carry both Leo and Aries placements, it's like, it's both at once. Thank you for confirmation, Erica. Yeah, absolutely crazy. Yeah, I got you, Yaz. And Yaz, like I said, you've got an extra card coming in your reading because I forgot to give you one when we were doing the 1 cards. All right, we're going to continue right now. The next person on the list for today is we've got Yasmin. And if anybody else wants to get on the list right now, you will be the 3rd person read for. It is 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 3 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy, medical, and legal. If you have information that you feel is relevant for the purposes of our reading, you can include it in the notes when you send the donation. You can also post it in our subscriber-only Disco channel in the appropriate channels. And just bear with me a moment as I pull up the question. Okay, and so we're also at 31.7K likes. When we get to 50K, I will be gifting a reading back to the collective. So make sure you're tapping that screen and we'll get to 50K in no time. Also, if you're joining us across the other apps and you would like to get, if you would like information on, if you'd also like to get on the list, you can do so via my tree that is linked in my bio. We do read here for highest priority messages from spirit, life path, mediumship, dream interpretation, angelic guidance, animal spirit guide readings, pet readings, akashic, and mind, body, spirit. If you have information that you feel is relevant for the purposes of our reading, if you have a dream that you would like interpreted, or if you have a dream that you would like interpreted, or if you have a past life you would like more information on, you can include it in the notes when you send the donation. You can also post it in our subscriber-only Disco channel in the appropriate channels. I have some inside information and inside tea here, so I just need a moment to read over the information before we get started on the reading, so please hold while I read. Got it. First of all, I'm very sad to hear that you're going through that. That's very difficult. I'm sending you so much support. So something I'm observing here, I feel like I'm picking up on I'm picking up on a lot of energy here that is like it feels like there's some kind of trauma that someone is refusing to let go of. And the thing about it is the trauma that we refuse to let go of grows, right? The trauma that we refuse to let go of, it grows, because the reason that we talk about that is, um, like, let me describe. It's the context by which we feel a small slight, right? We feel somewhat slighted in something. And we see, for instance, you're going through the natural process of working through something that potentially wounded the self, right? It's slighted. You determine the best way to effectively move through it. And now you're in the space by which you're resolving to kind of like work to heal. But the difference between something healing and here's the thing, the trauma that the reason we describe this is that the trauma that we refuse to heal becomes a wheel, because it's the space by which we say, I can never get over it. And so here we are, we're carrying something that we're never letting go of. And we just accumulate more trauma in the context by which we articulate upon the fact that instead of just having it out and talking about it, we're constantly putting another person in the space by which they're not recognizing that they're perpetually paying for it, right? And it's not the space by which and it's often the space by which you say to someone, you're like, what's up with you? Like, what did I do? And it's like and I want to point you out, this is the journey that you see in someone getting trapped in their ego, right? Because it's the energy by which someone says, I was hurt by you. I bet you're wondering why, right? And I'm doing all these things to you that feel like microaggressions. And here you are scrambling for my approval, right? And instead of building into the healthy relationship that's built upon, right, that's built upon the mutual acknowledgement of what can be worked through, right? We have someone holding a wound, and the hard part about that is typically, right, that then this is how you can tell it's an egoic journey. The reason they don't want to talk about it is because they feel silly saying it, right? And that's how you can usually tell it's an egoic wound, because it's not something that you intended to do. It's just something that got triggered because of the way that they perceive the self. So we literally see a situation that's happening there, right? You've got someone that's going too deep into an unhealthy egoic space, because it feels like you've done something, but you have no idea what you did. And instead of them being out with it, they just keep on feeling like they're punishing you with the thing that you don't know that you did, right? Um, Even now, right? I wouldn't be surprised. I'm just going to prepare you for this. You'll hear from this person once you stop trying to reach out, right? And then, right, instead of telling you, they're going to say, "Why did you stop?" Right? It's never going to be, right. It's always the way you'll know that this is happening is everything will be framed as an accusation, right? Anything that you do, right, they see as slight, right? So if you're hurt, like you even indicated that they did something that was really awful to you, right? They were literally talking about a trip that they said that they were going to go on with you, while telling you that you weren't going, without bringing you into it. So even in the modality by which even in the space by which you articulate your hurt on that, and them saying, "Oh my gosh, can you believe this person, that they're getting so upset about something that's nothing," right? They're looking for external validation to confirm the way that they feel about you, rather than talking about it. So The hard part is when you see somebody, and all of this is coming through, like all of this is coming through one of your guides, right? Like all of this is coming through one of your guides in relationality to understanding that when you see somebody in this space, you can't really do anything until they start to take accountability for it, right? The modality by which they say, I've been unreasonably cruel for you to you for a very silly reason, is how you're going to know that they're finally coming into their healing space. Because I got to tell you, a lot of these cards that I'm seeing have to do with them. I feel like you and them are going, I wouldn't be surprised if you've known this person your whole life, because I almost see somebody that's working through like like they're working through a Saturn wound, which is, and a Saturn wound is often the space by which we're supposed to change, we're supposed to grow, we're supposed to move on from things, because that is the sign of maturing. And even in the space, and this is often why sometimes the relationships we have when we're very young do not stand the test of the Saturn lesson, because when we're very young, we center our friendships, right? When we're very young, our friendships are our everything. And it's reasonable as we mature and we build into relationships that what happens is our friendships become orbital. Okay? So as we're going through healthy maturation, the nucleus that our friendships hold are supposed to naturally become orbital, which means that we don't focus all of our energy on them, that they become supportive systems. But sometimes when I'm reading for someone that's going through a Saturn lesson, one person is moving orbitally, right? The space by which you're moving into the context by which you're working to heal or you're working to expand, while another person is taking it personally that you're becoming energetically orbital because they feel like you're energetically abandoning what is still the priority of the fact that the relationship should be everything. So this is, again, potentially working through. The nice thing about Saturn lessons is as another person matures, there's usually the possibility of something healing when another person realizes that they're doing it, unless you have situations like we're observing here, by which another person is worsening, right? Instead of allowing it to become a moment, it's getting worse because, right? Because they're not articulating how they feel about it. Bottom of the deck on this reading. Yeah, particularly with the Strength card in its reversal. A lot of the work that we do with the Strength card in its reversal is it requires us to be able to be in a space by which we acknowledge how we feel vulnerable, right? Everything starts with vulnerability. The observation of feeling, like the observation of saying it's hard to mature, right? Is the space by which another person says, I miss who we used to be, but also saying, understanding and saying, we're not supposed to stay who we remain to become the people that we're becoming. So I feel like the modality by which, right, you might be noticing the fact that they're getting more insular or trying to make you feel like you're not energetically welcome, right? That's not going to remain that way. And I wouldn't be surprised if you don't notice that there'll be friends that are coming towards you as it relates to them implementing that same behavior in spaces by which they continue to mature. Because that modality, like I said, it all heals when one acknowledges it. But sometimes, right, like what often happens is, it's often the framework by which, like, the only sound you should be hearing right now is energetic apologies. Be very conscientious of others trying to come towards you, asking you for details as to what's going on between you and them, right? Just like, because I even say, like, it almost feels like there's somebody who's moving right now inscrutably. So that ability of kind of saying to another person, I don't know, they're being inscrutable, like that, let that be your closure and clarity. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, dear. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list, you will be the second person read for. It's 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers, being semi-lio. Please keep in mind there are 3 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy, medical, and legal. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the content, the comments that came through as I was giving that reading. Yes, I've known them. Thank you for confirming. Okay, hold on, just reading over the comments. This is exactly what I was going through with my kiddo, holding on for dear life to trauma. Sending you so much support, Ella. I was so confused for a sec because I thought you were talking about me being in my ego. No, 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 we're not speaking. Yeah, not speaking immediately to her about the situation and the hurt. And yes, I've known them my whole life. Lala, thank you for the follow. You're so welcome, Yaz. I mean, this and again, this and here's the thing, and you know what I'm going to say here, right? The guides never tell us what to do, and the cards don't tell us what to do. But working into the shape of what is occurring to help effectively identify and heal it, the recognition as to whether, right, the recognition as to whether to have that conversation, right? The space by which one effectively works through something, but even in the context by which one is able to work through it, the adaptability of recognizing, um, like that is the choice by which you have to I feel like the question you need to ask yourself is, would opening up about how you feel like it would help, or would it further amplify the fact that they would come into an egoic state and say that you're being energetically unreasonable for feeling that way, right? Because if it feels like if it and it feels if it feels like that the context by which you'd say that is them saying that you are being unreasonable, right? Our emotions are reasonable so long as there are directions attached to them. So making sure that, like, let that kind of fortify you in relationality to how you want to approach that situation. Thank you so much, dear, for having that reading with me. And if this message connected to you as well, as I mentioned, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. And again, I do owe you, that extra card. So the extra card I'm getting on here is, like I said, the goose, right? Which is, pay attention, right? Like, pay attention if another person feels like it feels like they are, like they're working to understand, or if they're trying, like, I don't know why, but are they trying to use you as an example? Like, it almost feels like there's something there, but like it almost feels like somebody being like, see what I'll do, like it's almost like saying to me, like, somebody's like, oh look, like, you have to be very conscientious with someone. I don't know why I keep on hearing somebody who's trying to hold a group together by utilizing another person as example, is what I keep on hearing. I don't know where that's coming from. Just be conscientious of that, right? Like, the space by which another person is talking towards you versus about you, it is the work that we effectively do to try to resolve and heal. Like, that's what I meant in relationality to that too, which is saying, like, I don't know why, but like I said, like there was something there's something I was getting in relationality to trying to make you feel like something in relationality to trying to make you feel like you're not energetically included. Just be conscientious if someone is doing that, is what I keep on hearing. Thank you so much, dear. All right, we're going to continue right now. The list is now open. If you would like to get on the list, you will be the next person read for. It is 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers, Binks in my Lio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across the 3 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy, medical, and legal. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. Oh my gosh, Bridget, you can absolutely claim your reading from yesterday. And if anybody else wants to get on the list right now, you will be the second person read for. Excellent. I got you, dear. Thank you as well, Ella. Yeah. Excellent. All right. Bridget, if you could let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. And if anybody else would like to get on the list today, you'll be the second person read for. And just bear with me a moment. I got you, dear. And before we continue right now, let's warm up those intuition muscles with an intuition check. I've got the animal spirit guide cards here. We're going to count back from 10, and when we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We got the hair. Thank you for participating. We'll do that again after the next reading. And I'm going to pin up Bridget here. Guys, make sure to give Bridget some love. Four cards, please. And one more. And you actually have an additional card coming towards you. Thank you so much for being put on the hold list yesterday. And one more, please. Yeah. I mean, I'm literally seeing the context of someone who's rebuilding a life for themselves, is what I keep on seeing. And I think that there's something, I think there's something very significant on what I'm seeing here, specifically in the context, of, how do I describe this? I want to I want to just give you the shape of what I'm seeing around a person. I see somebody who has always been around lifelong friends, is what I'm getting. Like I am seeing a situation by which someone, like literally lifelong friends, and even in the space by which they created something with those lifelong friends, and some kind of relationship that required them to effectively have to walk away from something. They had to walk away from something that they cared about profoundly. But I just keep on seeing some kind of conversation about the fact that it was the only way to make sure that something was staying intact, is what I keep on hearing. Right? It's really tragic. Like when I read for it, it's really tragic. Like it just feels really, really energetically tragic, because I just keep on seeing someone say, and I keep on seeing like the energy trying to say to them over and over again, it's okay. No, you made the right decision. you made the right decision, because it's look at this, like, look, it's saying even here, separate to save, right? Separate to save. And in terms of like, and so I feel like, and I keep on hearing, I see somebody that literally feels like they're starting over from scratch, right? Like they're really deep. Like, I just keep on seeing they're very deep in that Jupiter Cancer energy, which is them for the first time ever, doing something entirely, not only entirely for themselves, but feeling like their support system is at a distance to them. And I've even got, like, I've got a lot of energy around them, right? I've got a lot of that energy around them that's effectively working through something. But even in the context by which they're working through, right? I see the fact that the energy is trying to, like, amplify and articulate the meaning, or understanding how difficult that is. Now, the thing about it is, and here's the thing that's wild about it is, I feel like they've connected to you energetically. You know, like, I keep on hearing the only thing that's getting them through is some kind of feeling that they're exactly where they need to be. And when you're talking about that impatience, right? Like that feeling of energetic impatience, I just keep on seeing someone that is simultaneously, like, they're working through, like, I keep on hearing, like, I literally keep on hearing someone say, this is not the end of things, this is the beginning, right? This is not the end of things, this is the beginning. And I think it's really hard, because I can see somebody kind of moving back and forth in that energy, right? Like sometimes feeling like I see them kind of being like, oh my gosh, like, versus being like, it's okay. And I feel like they're getting more deeply connected to their guides than they ever have before, because I keep on hearing the compass of their friends is gone, right? It's not that it's gone, but it's just not, it's the fact that they're finally doing something for themselves in a way that they never have before. And so that's why I feel like, for a lot of the energy doing that work, and I just want to show you this, like, look at this, right? You've got 10 of Cups here in its reversal, right? Which is them kind of working through, like, the feeling of what's occurred, and them navigating that, right? And then here's you, right? Here's you, the same 10 of Cups energy. And I keep on hearing someone say, and here's the thing that's wild about it. I keep on hearing someone say, this is what they must have felt like. And I keep on hearing them go, who am I talking about? This is what they must have. Remember when I told you there's something healing between you and them in a past life? I keep on hearing them go, this is what they must have felt like. And they're going, who said? I keep on hearing them go, who said that? Right? They're going, like, who said that? They're going, who said that? Because the reason they're going, who said that, is like, I don't know who I'm talking about. Is it like, I see them going, like, I don't know, like, I don't know who I'm talking, like, they're literally going, I don't know who I'm talking about. But they feel like it's like, I keep on hearing that they're feeling like something is profoundly healing in them. And this has to do with that past life wound that I brought up, which is you and them having an argument about you doing what you needed to do because you know it was best, and them saying, I will never forgive you for it. Remember? Right? There's a lot of words that are coming through in relationality to forgiveness, and I keep on seeing the reason that the context of the forgiveness is there is because the modality by which another person said, right, if you cared, you would have stayed, and you saying to them, if I have to go in order to remain. I literally hear you saying to someone, I have to go in order to remain. And them being like, that doesn't make any sense. And you literally saying to them, you're going to understand someday. You're like, you literally saying to them, because you're going to understand someday, which is you saying, I have to go in order to remain. And them saying, you're not making any sense. And you saying, you'll understand someday. And I feel I keep on hearing them now saying, um, and I can see, I can keep on hearing them catching themselves going like, this is what they must have felt like. Who am I talking about? What is wrong with me? Like I see them actually going, what's wrong? Because they're it's like the conversation can finally the conversation can finally continue. The conversation can finally continue. As I was saying, the relationship has been on pause for a bit. It's been on pause. Please hold. And I like to point this out, right? The patient universe being like, okay, and this is like, as I was saying, I feel like that, I don't know why, I feel like those are going to be the first words they hear from you. Right? The first words are going to, I don't know what it is. I don't know how they encounter it. I feel like the first words are going to hear it from your mouth when they meet you. They're gonna walk in somewhere you are, and the first words that they're gonna hear from you are, as I was saying, right? It's gonna be the as I was saying. And the as I was saying has to do with the fact that they said, I'm never gonna forgive you, and you being like, you will. Like I literally I see the past you being like, and they were getting mad at you, and you're like, they're like, stop saying things like that, and you being like, you'll understand someday. And then you saying and like the last thing you said to them is we'll talk, like you'll understand someday, and then the next thing you're going to say is, as I was saying. I keep on. So and that's where I keep on seeing them say, I know, like that's what's making them feel they're like they can't shake that feeling, right? They can't, I keep on hearing they can't shake the feeling that they're exactly where they need to be. Thank you so much. That's why, like that. Those are some wild cards right there. Double 10 of Cups in its reversal. I mean, no, it's not. It's so interesting. Actually, I need to confirm. Actually, so I need to point out it's not. So look, and that's just to show you. This is the 9 of Cups in its reversal. That's a 9 of Cups of reversal. This is the 10 of Cups. This is the 10 of Cups in its reversal, right? So what do you see that's happening here? Okay, you see, I'm never, right, and you saying you will someday. Right? Like I would never, and then being like, you will someday. And then them suddenly being like, oh, I get it. And then you saying, as I was saying, right? So it's like, the conversation continues. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, dear. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list for a personal reading, the list is open. You'll be the next person read for. 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers, being semi-lio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things. There are 3 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy, medical, or legal. Happy to give information on anything in a private reading, and you can book private readings on my site. I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. Yep, yep, absolutely. I totally understand. Energetically 3 years, but stronger the past year. More frustrating. It's comforting, but lately it's causing impatience. Yes, that past life angst. Please hold forever. Exactly. And thank you, Empress, for the follow. Yeah, my first words would be like, it took you long enough. Yeah, as I was saying, that's awesome. Yeah, I was sassy in my past life. No, I feel like they were sassy, right? You were very solemn. You're sassy now, right? They're solemn now and you're sassy. You used to be the solemn one and they used to be the sassy one, and now you're the sassy one and there's a solemn one. You're so welcome, Bridget. All right, let's continue right now. Hi, how you doing today, Heather? All right, my friends, the list is now open. If anybody would like to get on the list, you'll be the next person read for. We're also at 33.3K likes. When we get to 50K, I will be gifting a reading back to the collective, so make sure you're tapping that screen, and we will get to 50K in no time. We're also moving back into one-card readings for superfans. So if you are a superfan who would like a card pulled, just go ahead and put your question in the comments. I'll be happy to pull a card I'll be happy to give you a card if you haven't had one yet today. And if you would like to become a superfan, your superfan status makes you eligible for one card. And if you would like an animal spirit guide card on top of that one card, please make sure to recharge your heart knees. How you doing today, dear? One card, highest priority for Bridget. It's interesting because it came out transverse. Like, there's that hold energy I keep on seeing, right? I feel like I feel like there's something about it. It says to me, like, it feels to me like there's something about it that is, how do I describe it best? It's like it's them working through their own self-doubt is what I keep on seeing. And I feel like you're going through that self-doubt too, right? But I feel like, again, bottom of the deck in relationality to this, like particularly with that Seven of Pentacles, I feel like I think it's interesting. I see both of you growing in different ways. I feel like they're learning how to do something solo is what I keep on hearing. They're learning how to do something solo. And I feel like you're learning how to do something. You're learning how to step out of your comfort zone is what I keep on getting. Animal spirit guide card. Yeah, especially with that blank manifestation. I feel like a lot of the energy that we're effectively identifying there is it's working into, like, it's working into the uncertainty as to what to do next. So just making sure, like, I feel like this is like a very interesting time, because I almost see you and them energetically connected in that way, right? Like I keep wondering, like feeling a lot of indications of each other's energetic connection is what I keep on seeing, but like almost like giving each other that feeling of encouragement as you proceed forward. And thank you for those heart knees, Heather. Highest good for Ella, please. We've got that Page of Cups in its reversal. So I feel like there's something there important in relationality to the Page of Cups in its reversal, as it relates to, and I feel like it's like you having to have a conversation with someone, which basically says, just because we care about each other doesn't mean that we can say anything to one another, is what I keep on seeing, right? Yeah, like it's that with the Seven of Pentacles, like I keep on hearing, we are not each other's, like we are not each other's, I just keep on, we're not each other's receptacles for bad feeling, which is the modality by which we don't take things out on each other, is what I keep on seeing. Animal spirit guide. Yeah, particularly with that dog energy, like I feel like there's something important there in helping another person understand and recognize, like, what I keep wondering, somebody being receptive to what you do every day or what it takes to do it, right? Like somebody who is like, you can't get anywhere. You can't get anywhere with someone who is not respective of the work that we do, right? We don't need to do the same things to be respective of the fact that we are working, is what I keep on seeing. And I feel like there's something important about that. Like I just keep on seeing you like saying to somebody, right? Like that you not having to feel like you have to argue about the importance of something you do or whether what you do is as important as another person's. Like that is literally the sound of someone's entitlement showing, is what I keep on getting. You know? Hi there. One moment, please. One card angelic, please, for Avatar. I feel like it's a continuation of what we were seeing in relationality to. I keep on getting it's a continuation in relationality to working to heal. Your job is not to save others from themselves. You know, and sometimes we experience that. Sometimes we experience that in the context of like we sometimes experience that in the context of another person identifying or articulating upon um, like their own feelings of sadness or working through something. Yeah, like and I need to point this out, like again with the devil card bottom of the deck, right? Like it's almost you having to say to somebody, I keep on hearing being sad, like being like, and I want to say like being like our like sad. I don't know why I keep on hearing sadness is no excuse for things, right? Because and this is the thing about it. Like often when someone's angry, you can recognize that they're sad, but that's what I keep on hearing. Sadness is no excuse for doing something mean, is what I keep on seeing. Animal spirit guide, yeah. Look at the fire dragon, right? Like it's a like it's like almost like you saying to someone like control yourself. You know what I mean? Like it's like like I give like it's like I feel like you it's like you having to say like you do it every day. Like you like just like you're like transmute it, right? You're just like transmute it, like move it into something positive. Don't articulate it for a reason by which you're hurting another person, you know? Yeah, I understand, Bridget. Absolutely. You're welcome, dear. Heather, one card, please, General. Strega, get out of that. Strega, stop it. Yeah, don't do that. Love your life. Can you get one card, please? Stop it. Okay. I've got here the Strength card in its upright. I mean, the Sun card in its upright, but it's funny that it came through as the Strength card because, um, your joy is a gift to those who recognize and receive it as such. And if someone does not recognize how hard it is to be joyous, right? If they want to take that joy as naivete, let them exist. Let them exist in that ignorant state. Right? It's not your I keep on hearing like this is what we mean by like ignorance is bliss, right? Because ignorance is the reason we talk about ignorance is bliss is like ignorance is bliss is literally the space by which we see somebody who's like working through an entitled perception of something, right? Like the modality by which everybody, like the modality by which, right, everybody else has it easier than the self, failing to recognize how hard it is to work into a true bliss state, right? It's a condition, right? It's not, we are not, I keep on hearing, we are not here. Like, we are not here to create bliss for each other. Like, the bliss that we create for each other is recognizing another, how hard it is, the gift that is how we're energetically respective of one another, right? So I feel like I keep on hearing, you can be Strega, get out of that. Yeah, the air dragon, like, especially with that air dragon energy, right? Don't feel like you need to get in arguments with others as to why your bliss is important, right? Like, I almost feel like I see somebody saying like, oh, like you doing something, and somebody being like, well, why are you doing it? And you're like, because it creates joy. And being like, well, that's nothing. Be like, no, joy is a perfectly good reason to do things. Right? Like, joy is an important, joy is an absolute, joy is what we're here for, right? The ability of understanding and creating joy for one another is a gift by which we are effectively able to amplify that. So don't let somebody question it. Reaffirm that joy is a perfectly good reason. Excellent. Hold on a minute. This is exactly the boundary behind that. You're so welcome, dear. You're so welcome, Bridget. You've been so, but that's the thing. You can help them with that, is what I keep on seeing. Absolutely. Thank you, Avatar. Are you done, Strega? Jesus. All right, let's continue right now. The next person on the list for today is Bridget. I believe we're doing a dream interpretation. Thank you for getting on the list, dear. And just a reminder, if you have a dream that you would like interpreted or a past life that you would like more information on, you can include it in the notes when you send the donation. You can also post it in our subscriber-only disco channel in the appropriate channels. It's 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. We're also at 33.3K likes. When we get to 50K, I will be gifting a reading back to the collective, so make sure you're tapping that screen, and we'll get to 50K in no time. Okay, I got you, dear. All right, and before we continue, let's warm up those intuition muscles with an intuition check. I've got the animal spirit guide cards here. We're going to count back from 10, and when we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We got the goose. Thank you for participating. We'll do that again after the next reading. Okay, where are we? Excellent. All right, I'm going to pin up Bridget here. Make sure to give Bridget some love. And hold on a minute, just pulling up the dream. All right. And we've got a dream. You know what that means? We've got the dream coconut. Ooh, that was a good one. Okay. We'll do that again after, well, we'll do that next time we have a dream reading. Okay, perfect. This is outside tea. Of course it's a goose because Purr's not here. Exactly. We'll have to let her know. Okay, perfect. Outside tea. I was around 19 or 20 years old, and for an entire month I experienced what I can only describe as sleep paralysis almost every night. At some point in the middle of the night, I would wake up in this strange state where I wasn't fully asleep, but not fully awake either. If you had asked me in that moment, I would have said I was completely awake. I felt physically restrained, unable to move at all. I was screaming for my life, or at least trying to, but I couldn't actually make a sound. It felt like something, some kind of presence, hovering inches above my face, was pinning me down and preventing me from moving or screaming. At the same time, I could hear screaming, but it didn't sound like my own. It was kind of scream I've never heard in real life before. The whole experience was terrifying. Eventually, I would start praying any prayer I could think of because that was the only thing that felt like it would help. The fear was overwhelming. It felt like suffocating, dark, or deeply unsettling. This happened every night for about a month. It got so bad I started trying to stay awake as long as possible because I was afraid to fall asleep. I would go to church every morning and beg God to make it stop because it genuinely felt evil. Then one day it simply stopped. I woke up and the episodes were gone. I never experienced it again. Over time, I pushed the whole experience out of my mind, but it was one of the most terrifying things I've ever gone through. So the first thing I need to articulate before we continue with this reading is that there is a medical diagnosis as to why we experience sleep paralysis. I cannot do a reading. I cannot do a reading in relationality to anything that is medical. So it is very logical that this is potentially something that was medically oriented. And then just remembering that if you are ever experiencing circumstances or situations of this nature, I would strongly advise that you make sure to go ahead and seek medical attention first and foremost. So before we proceed, I just want to put that disclaimer here that nothing that we're doing is effectively medically based. And also, if you are experiencing some things of this nature that are effectively occurring physically, that you should make sure that you are going ahead to make sure that you are getting them effectively checked out in the right direction. That said, let's do a read right now on what was happening to you in the emotional space in relationality to the feelings that you felt energetically associated to these experiences. Can I please get... Okay. Woo! Okay, thank you. Well, there's one. Two more, please. Three more. Mm-hmm. And yes. So the observation that I am seeing in hold on, I'm trying to read into this more. There's something very important that I'm observing here. And particularly in relationality, and you know, the one thing I'm picking up upon is I don't know where this is coming from, but I'm seeing some kind of situation or circumstance that was effectively happening. I'm just going to kind of work you through what I'm seeing, because it's saying to me that it's helping you to work through that, not just the trauma of what was happening at that time, but something that you were observing outside of the self. we can sometimes feel, we can sometimes experience, especially when we are being, especially with empaths, we are often like, and this is what I talk about, um, in relationality to having to be conscientious. It's sometimes hard for empaths to be around others that are in a trauma state. And the best way I can describe that has to do with often the space by which an empath is in proximity to someone that is in a trauma state is the space by which the empath starts to feel the weight of the impact that another person is putting themselves through, is the best way that I can describe it. And what's hard is when empaths start to and you'll notice this is why when empaths start to realize and recognize that the trauma they experience is often not just the trauma that they themselves are enduring, but the trauma by proxy, right? The trauma by proxy, then you'll notice that this is why we talk about that often, like the healed empath starts moving more towards hermit energy, right? Because when empaths literally say to someone, it hurts to see me, it hurts me to see you like this, they're not saying it. They're not saying it empathetically. They're saying it literally. They're saying it literally. It's literal. It's literal. When empaths say it hurts me to see you in this state, it's often like far too many times someone thinks that the empath is saying that like empathetic, like metaphorically. They're not saying it metaphorically. It hurts. Okay. And this is often because empaths go through experiences by proxy, which isn't necessarily the fact that they're going through it, but the fact that they're energetically connected to someone that is. And it can do a real number on them. So what I'm effectively seeing is I literally see a situation by which another person was battling something, potentially battling something internal within them, right? And feeling, and this is a part that we understand, like the space by which one is going through an energetic internal battle is often the space by which those, like I almost feel like the fear that you are energetically experiencing that had nothing to do, right? Absolutely nothing to do with anything that we're talking about that was happening, like physically, but the things that you saw that were coming to you in that experience, right? The feeling of the energetic, you said, like the feeling of feeling energetically helpless, right? And not being able to energetically do something was you potentially, right? Like working through the weight of another person, feeling the experience of the self, like by proxy, or the modality by which you recognized or amplified what another person, like what another person was struggling with, or what another person was navigating, right? And this often occurs in the space by which another person isn't making healthy choices, right? And the observation, and we talk a lot about this here, right? The observation of working through our own doubts and fears, right? The observation of being able to articulate and heal is often, and I want to point out, you articulated the fact that you felt that you wanted it to stop, but I almost see the fact that, like, you weren't even asking it to stop on benefit of you, but the fact of, like, the space by which energetically another person was feeling like that, right? The space by which another person was feeling energetically trapped. So I feel like that is almost like, I want to say, like, there was something about that experience by which you potentially recognized I keep on hearing the empathic ability by proxy, where you recognized or identified, right? It wasn't even something that you were experiencing, but your attenuation to feel something, like on behalf of another, was you almost having, like, you almost getting, like, you almost seeing in those moments what it must feel like for them every day to be experiencing that, right? Like, that's what we talk about. That's what's so difficult with those who have to navigate the space of building into the context of empathy. Bottom of the deck on this reading, you know, this is what's difficult about trauma spaces, right? Because the space, and this is often what we recognize. Remember when I articulated that um, we can't help each other in the space. We save each other for each other, right? We cannot build into the context of saving one another, because the reason that we talk about this here is because um, and I feel like even in the space by which I feel like the space by which you, like, when you articulated that something stopped, right? I would be very conscientious. I would say I would be very conscientious in noticing if there were some kind of environmental factors that occurred that allowed for the modality of something to effectively to change. And here's the thing about it. I'm not necessarily saying, and the hard part about this too, and this is what can feel so confounding, right? This is what can feel so confounding for empaths, because if it's not your path work, who knows what happened, right? Like, who knows, like, right? If it's not your path work, it can often create the frustration point in relationality to who knows what happened. But I literally, like, I almost feel like what you were seeing there was another person. Like, you were feeling like you were experiencing the empathic space of recognizing what an, like, the deepest state that another person can get into, right? And then pulling themselves back out of. Because I just keep on seeing um, that you're like, you like, and it's hard too, because and this is often what's hard, like, and the hard part about it is I see somebody. I don't know why I'm getting this, but there's a conversation that I can have with you offline about it. It is the best way, I can, is the only thing I can say here, because there's something about this that's coming through, but it feels like it's so personal, because it's actually, it's coming through spirit. So it's, if you reach out to me, I'm happy to give you, if you reach out to me, I'm happy to give you the details on what it feels like it's coming through on. But again, like, sometimes when I receive certain things, I'm like, this is just meant for you. So if you reach out to me, I'll happy to give you the rest of the bottom of the deck message on this. But it's saying to me, like, you know, they're like, I hope this helped, but it says to me more than anything, like, it's feeling to me like it's working through the understanding and the work that you are experiencing as it relates to your own empathy, is what I keep on seeing. And especially, I keep on hearing, especially if you associate that feeling with a person, is what I'm getting, or the concern for a person is what I'm receiving. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, dear. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is open. You will be the next person read for. It's 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 3 things I don't read for across these apps: pregnancy, medical, and legal. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. Bear with me a moment. Okay. Mm-hmm. No, and that's what I keep on getting. Like it wasn't you, right? Like that's what I was getting upon it. Yes. Thank you for confirming. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I felt as though okay, thank you. Thank you for confirming what I was reading. I felt as though I was experiencing things others were going through at times, but I didn't understand why. Yeah, hashtag empath problems. Hashtag empath problems. Hashtag empath problems. Yes, thank you. Oh, sending you so much support, dear. Yeah. Mm-hmm. This was also around, yes. Okay, thank you for confirming. Yep. Okay. And again, there's something about like I've got some other information coming upon it. Send me a message and I'll give it and I'll provide it to you. Okay? Absolutely. And thank you again, sending you so much support on that journey. All right, my friends, final call right now for anybody who would like a full reading today, or if there's anyone who is a super fan who did not have cards pulled today. It is just a reminder, if you'd like a one card. I got you, Ivana. Mm-hmm. I mean, I feel like I feel like there's something it's like I feel like there's something really important that's related to um I keep on hearing the message. They're relieved that there's finally someone who can hold something in both hands, is what I keep on hearing. Yeah, confirmation. Confirmation is what I keep on seeing. I feel like yeah, like it's saying like especially with that two of cups is being able, I keep on hearing like in being able to effectively be rational or reasonable with things is being able to understand. I keep on hearing that being able to understand the nature of the limitation between what one is trying to do versus how one is able to effectively move something forward productively is what I keep on hearing. Animal spirit guide, yeah, especially with the owl energy, right? I need to point out, like, and this is often what happens when I read into ancestral energy is there's an attenuation point with ancestral energy by which it's like we become energetically precious upon something that they were trying to progress upon. I keep on hearing that they're articulate, like the articulation point of making the impossibility point by which you're seeing, observing someone progressing, but then you become precious upon it, that doesn't allow progress to occur, is what I keep on seeing. I feel like there's something about the connection that they have to you that you energetically understand, that is what I keep on seeing. Right? The progress was the point, not the preciousness upon something, is all I keep on hearing. Thank you. Oh, super. Thank you. Okay, super confirmation. Okay, if that's you, I was like, I'm literally saying this, and I'm like, they're not going to understand what I'm saying. And you're saying super confirmation. That's great. Okay. You're welcome, dear. Absolutely. Erica. Okay, I've got you. Um, I see. I feel like I see some kind of. I feel like I see some kind of experience. Um, like I feel like somebody feels like they were handed a lot of trauma, is what I keep on hearing. You know, and I feel like that's a hard part about it. Like I literally, like I see a situation by which, like especially with the Emperor and its reversal, like I see, like I almost see a situation by which another person feels like it feels like it's difficult because there's something about, like I keep on hearing like the reactivity or the volatility like that they're experiencing that they that like that the yeah, that they're not used to, especially with the cow energy, right? Like it almost it feels like there's like I don't know why it feels like there's some kind of heightened volatility there that they haven't experienced before, you know? All right, my friends. I want to thank you so much for being here today and receiving these messages. Um, if the final call for any of my super fans that did not receive a card today, if you haven't received your one card, please go ahead and put in the comments. We will be back on tomorrow at our standard time, which is at 7:15 a.m. PST, 10:15 a.m. Eastern. If you would like to be notified as to when I've gone live, you can head over to my profile. There is a bell there. Activating that bell will turn on notifications. You can also register directly for the event tomorrow. If you became a superfan today, welcome. I would encourage you to head over to our superfan only disco channel. Make sure that you're introducing yourself to the collective. You can also post also if you are not in the perk section, you will find a special coupon code for our tarot class program. Our next class is going to be held on next Thursday. We're going to be studying the cup card, the court cards in the cup suit. And if you'd like to become part of that class program, you can. If you would like a discount on that class program and you're not a super fan, I can offer you one as well from this live. Just message me the word class. I want to thank you guys so much. You're so welcome, dear. I know it's ridiculous. I know it's totally ridiculous, Bridget. I want to thank you so much for being here and receiving these messages. Huge thank you to my followers, old and new. Thank you for being here today and receiving these messages. Huge thank you to my subscribers. Your ongoing support means the absolute world to me. And the biggest thank you to my mods. I hope you guys have an absolutely beautiful day. Please take care of yourselves. Please take care of one another. And we'll do this again tomorrow. Have a great day, everyone.